Right, Jenny, over to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome everyone to the BERA workshop on digitisation education, interdisciplinary exploration of new and emerging questions and approaches. So I am Jenny Crowdy, one of the people that organised the event alongside Naomi Hodgson. I'm on the digital education SIG conveners, and I'm also a second year PhD student that's looking at creativity and technology education. So this event has brought together postgraduate students and early career researchers to delve into the dynamic and multifaceted landscape of digital education, but also considering the lens of philosophy of education. What started this workshop was an idea I had upon becoming a SIG convener to promote further opportunities for postgraduate research students and early career researchers, such as myself, that do research in an interdisciplinary way, but also to further research ideas and impact in a vibrant, supportive, collaborative environment that share insights, challenge conventional paradigms, and explore the potential of digital technologies, which is why we thought BERA would be the perfect fit. As we navigate the complexities of the digital age and its influence in education, we hope this workshop will shed light on crucial, timely topics on technology and digital education and philosophy of education. Some of the discussions take place today encompass a broad range and diversity of themes, including the integration of artificial intelligence, the increasing reliance teachers have on technology, and the responsibilities and implications on aspects such as digital citizenship. We're pleased to have speakers that come from many diverse backgrounds, experiences, and stages within their academic career, united by a shared interest in exploring how digital advancements can reshape theories and practices in education. By engaging in this workshop, we hope to create new opportunities, insights for your practice and research, and future networking opportunities. So we look forward to an engaging, thought-provoking afternoon, and we encourage all participants to take these presentations forward to contribute to future discussions, share your research with others, and to build connections that will hopefully extend far beyond that event. So Naomi, if you want to take over.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody, and thank you for your interest in this event. We were really delighted to receive such a number of really interesting and diverse presentations. So we look forward to hearing those this afternoon. Because we received such a lot, we do have quite a tightly packed programme. So we do need presenters to keep to time. So Jenny and I as chairs will try and make that happen. So presenters are due to speak for about 10 minutes, which will leave each one to have 10 minutes for Q&A and discussion and so on. We can let you go on till maybe 12-15 minutes, but then we will definitely have to cut you off just so that people do have an opportunity to ask questions, that we don't start to eat into other people's presentation time. After the first three presentations, we'll come back together into the main room. Obviously, we'll have an opportunity to have a break and get away from the screen for a few minutes. And then there'll be another opportunity to choose the room that you go back into after the break. And as we go through, both in that break and at the session at the end of the afternoon, Jenny and I will try to kind of bring together what's gone on in our respective rooms, because obviously we're all only hearing kind of half of what's going on, and so trying to make those connections between the different papers and so on will be important, I think.
So without further ado, I'll introduce who the first speaker is. So I'm very happy to have Tim Hallis from Anglia Ruskin University, who is going to be talking about the ethical debates, impact and relevance of using AI large language models in exam-driven classrooms. I'm very excited to hear about this, especially as it's something that's very near and dear to my heart, looking at large language models. So please take it away whenever you're ready, Tim.
Hello, welcome. Do let me know if you can't hear me or see me, but hopefully you should be able to.
Yes, absolutely. Can hear you perfectly.
Perfect. So yes, as Jenny said, I am a postgraduate research student at Anglia Ruskin, but I'm also head of digital learning or digital teaching and learning lead, technically, at Hills Road Sixth Form College in Cambridge. And I apologise if I'm interrupted because it's half term. I have my daughter with me today. So just a very quick kind of background on where I've been working. So Hills Road is a state sixth form college in Cambridge. It's one of the biggest sixth form colleges around. It's got sort of 2,500 students and about 120 teaching staff. And for those who don't know the sixth form sector, that's 16 to 18. So we've got 2,500 students in 16 to 18, and it's consistently one of the highest achieving state sixth form colleges in the country, often outranking lots of fee-paying schools as well. Now, the context for this was that every year staff undertake some continual professional development training, and this takes place in two ways. There are 2 weeks of training. 1 week is in May and 1 week is in September. We've just had our week of training in May, but staff are also expected to run their own, undertake training throughout the year as well. And I'm actually jumping down a couple of bullet points here, but in 2023, staff were given the option of sort of almost free choice of professional development. We tried all sorts of different models of these are the 6 pathways you can choose, but this year everybody said you can do your own thing, but here are some options that you can pick if you don't know what you want to do. And the college had been, as with everyone, large language models became to the public consciousness in about November 2022, and I introduced the college to them in the beginning of January. And then in our May training week last year, we had some training from Steve at the Faculty of Education in Cambridge, and 6 members of staff decided to focus on AI in learning as their year-long professional development, working in a group that was coordinated by me. And we sort of had an initial meeting, and the initial sort of question that we raised for ourselves was, how can AI be effectively used in our respective subjects in teaching? So kind of, if you look at the kind of discourse around AI in education, you'll find a lot of the writing is focused on the negativity, and it's, even when it isn't, it's quite a binary look. AI in education is either good or bad. It's not often indicated as actually there are some good bits, some bad practices. And that is kind of then highlighted by, so for those of you who don't know, the JCQ is the Joint Committee for Qualifications. They are the government organisation that approves examinations, A-levels, IGCSEs, IBAT, all of that sort of stuff. The JCQ is the sort of overarching body like Ofsted that kind of looks at qualifications. And their knee-jerk response was very, very harsh. And all it responded to was AI use in malpractice and severe sanctions for kind of overreaction. And actually, there's only kind of very minimal reference to it in the JCQ's own guidance, which is kind of, again, it's this kind of binary, it's either good or bad, and it's very much focused in the examination settings on the bad. However, when you start to look at the World Economic Forum report into AI and education, you'll see all sorts of benefits around personalized learning and how it can be used for a sort of assessment and evaluation and tasks for sort of optimizing teacher time, and then actually beginning to teach AI as a skill. However, it still uses those negative words around sort of warnings around sort of automation and job loss. It's kind of, it's still quite a binary approach. When we're kind of, my colleagues and I were exploring kind of what AI could do, the problem we often had was that AI is not universally available, and a lot of the large language models and sort of text-based art creators, music creators have a charge. They charge money, and therefore they have the potential for widening gaps in availability, existing kind of gaps in sort of financial context and all of those sorts of things, and any prejudice that are accidentally built in, which are well known within bots, can be kind of expanded. And then there's the kind of wider ethical issues of how do we know, and it is that negative thing, how do we know what is student and how do we know what is AI? And then, which led us to this kind of question, how can we get our students to use AI technology appropriately? So the actual case study itself was my 6 teachers that signed up for this sort of sessions that I was coordinating. I wasn't leading them, I was just coordinating them. So how can we use AI as an appropriate pedagogical tool in our subjects? There was no core model. Teachers designed their own approach and how they wanted to do it. And it wasn't designed as a research project. It was designed as professional development for teachers. So at the end of this process, which finished 2 or 3 weeks ago, I decided to interview all the participants and see what their perspectives were. And then I transcribed over those interviews, and it was interesting to see the themes drawn out from that. The themes were sort of using AI for knowledge and theory, using AI for personalized learning and feedback, AI as a tool for critical thinking, the ethical considerations around AI, and the really big thing around exam system challenges that AI throws up, and then kind of using AI to teaching AI literacy. How do we use it? And then there were some additional points as well that kind of didn't quite fit in, but they were there. So let's dig into these a little bit more. So the first kind of key thing was identifying that AI can be used to develop knowledge and theory. And teachers were talking about how to use AI to create exemplar material for their students, and then condensing large amounts of information into smaller chunks so that students could understand them more easily. And one particular humanities teacher was using AI to find case studies and drawing out examples. When they were teaching political sciences, they were finding case studies of examples of that. And the same teacher then referred to this, finding themselves actually saying, students were asking them much less often, have you got an example of that? They were using AI for a lot of that donkey work to pull out the case studies and things to reference in their own work that led them into the kind of their own critical thinking. Teachers had also been using it to help students develop their own personalized learning and to give feedback. So the same humanities teacher was using it to kind of help there, but also an art teacher created a bot of themselves that would feed back work to students in the same way that they would. So the art teacher trained the bot on how they would give feedback, and then students could upload artwork and it would critique it and offer improvements. They could upload essays and it would offer feedback. And the teacher found that they were teaching in quite a different way, in that students were interacting with the AI bot and getting individualized feedback, and the teacher was just circulating, seeing them work and offering sort of little tips on how to use that. And it was interesting to see how much faster the teacher could then, or the students could receive personalized feedback than the teacher was able to give it, because you could have 20 students at one receiving personalized feedback at once rather than one at a time. This is where the teachers, so when we move into AI as a tool for critical thinking, this is where the teachers really found some of the benefits. Because when the initial kind of hit of AI is bad in education, you can use it for plagiarism, students and teachers very quickly realized that the actual quality of the answer AIs can write in terms of essay answers and deep dive is actually very poor. One of my participants referred to AI as an unreliable magic genie, which I sort of thought was an interesting phrase, in that it can create this stuff so fast, but it's not necessarily what you want. So students began to use it as a tool for kind of summarizing, paraphrasing, checking what they wanted, and then reviewing it and critically thinking, is this actually what I want? Or getting it to create bespoke answers and then comparing it to their own and actually critiquing it in their own way. And it's actually beginning to teach students a different set of skills that exams currently don't offer. Some of the key ethical considerations that the students had to and the teachers had to grapple with were, who owns this knowledge? Is it the students or is it the AI? We don't know the answer to that. And one of the things that, regardless of the JCQ and people saying you can't use it, it's plagiarism, students will use it whatever we do, because we can't manage them outside the classroom. But it relies on that transparency and openness of the student saying, I've used AI, and we say, okay, can you cite it correctly? Can you reference how you've used it and what you've used it for? And because how different is it to Googling everything anyway? And one of my participants kind of did question, could AI replace knowledge, as we actually don't need such things? But we do have kind of that moral obligation to engage with it because everyone is using it and will use it regardlessly. So it's kind of moving into less understanding of knowledge and more into understanding of how we think and how we interact with it and develop our critical thinking and our students' critical thinking, which is really where it feeds into the big issue of exam system challenges. The current A-level system that Hills Road uses is a big learn. it's an 18th century model or 19th century model where people will go into a sports hall, sit down for 3 hours and spew out as much information as they can, which is a broken system. A-levels are outdated and now testing the wrong skills in an AI-dominated world or an AI presence, because AI can do a lot of that donkey work, but it can't analyze and critique in the same way. It can't synthesize and pull out that information. So what we now need to sort of think about, is the exam system really fit for purpose in this context? The last of the findings is about kind of AI literacy. And actually now we need to prepare our students for this AI literate world, and we do need to teach them how to use it appropriately, because there will be students who try and just get it to spew out an essay, but that won't necessarily be the best way to use it or the best way to develop their own thinking and prepare themselves for the world. We need to train our students in the relationship between human thinking and the functionality that AI provides. So as participant 4 said, we know it's a thing, we can use it effectively. Here's some suggestions how. So I've got 3 kind of quick slides here on some of the impact that it's going to have on different areas. So teaching and learning. So students can start to think of it as a tutor and coach, and it can relieve some of that donkey work from the job in terms of sort of creating kind of resources for students to critique, and it can be used as an extra tool for marking and creating quick quizzes and revision materials and sample materials for critiquing, and students can use it to check their own work. Please, can you check the grammar in this? It can do that much faster than I could. And we need to teach students how to use it, because they're going to use it. So we as educators should be guiding students how to use it effectively and how to use it appropriately and how to use it ethically, because it isn't just about getting AI to create the work for you. It's about getting AI to do the work. I am aware, Jenny, I've got my timer up here. So impact on examinations, and this is where we really need to think about kind of rethinking rote memorization. And it is something that, as Hills Road, we are starting to have conversations with exam boards about, that it is that we need to think about the way we test students in the future, because the A-level is the least flexible model of assessment in any form of education across the education sphere. A degree level is much more flexible and much more about critical thinking and deeper analysis, and is something that A levels now need to really be rethought in the focus of. And obviously AI research and education is still very much in its infancy, and we are going to carry on with this at Hills Road, and I'll be doing this in my partnership with AIU that I'm at, and Cambridge, and hopefully that is everything. I've rattled through that very quickly.
Thank you very much, Tim. That was really, really interesting, especially to see some of the participants' feedback that you got. Yeah, I do like the phrase of AI being an unreliable magic genie. I think that captures the current state of our understanding of it quite well. So we have a few minutes for questions. We've got about 4 minutes. So does anyone have any questions for Tim at all?
I don't know if I'm supposed to put them in the chat. Oh,
yes,
okay.
you can. Yeah, no, feel free to. If anyone doesn't know, you can click the raise your hand option. It's just at the top. But yeah, Rebecca, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm from the International Baccalaureate. There's actually a colleague probably in this room as well. And we came very quickly to the realization that we can't stop our students doing that. So I'm glad to see that other schools and other organizations come to the same conclusion. I was interested. So firstly, the thing that you're not mentioning, and that might be because you're BERA and we are International Baccalaureate, there was no reference to the fact that there's an incredible language bias in most of the AI that are available, and it's very English, so that's good. It's English bias, so that's perfectly fine for your students, but not so much for ours. The second one, what I wanted to say is, you said that they were using case studies, and I was wondering to what extent people were realizing that these case studies can be complete nonsense.
So I'll answer the questions in turn. So in terms of large language models being English biased, the English version of for example, ChatGPT is much more advanced than other language versions, but there are other language versions away as well. But it's also what large language models do is they focus on meaning. So if you, so
they don't.
one of the colleagues I worked with at the University of Cambridge, Steve Watson, I referenced him in my PowerPoint, has a lot of Chinese students whose first language is Mandarin, and he's been using AI to translate what he's trying to send to them in Mandarin. And the feedback he's had is that is not how we would say it,
Yes.
but the meaning is still clear. It's carried the meaning across. So he's been able to communicate with them even if the grammar was completely incorrect. Large language models focus on kind of translating that meaning, even if actually it's not how someone would write it in their native tongue or in their native way. In terms of the case study,
I'm sorry, that is not the experience.
I'm just reporting.
Okay.
I'm not saying I've tested it.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, and in terms of the case study, it was Hills Road was the case study itself. That was my case study of how I'm using it. It is a case study.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that the teacher was using it. Teachers were using it to create case studies.
Oh, sorry,
and that students were then using it to create their own case studies. I wasn't saying that you made it up. I'm saying that large language models are known to make up stuff.
Oh, yes. No, absolutely. And if you see the full transcript, he very much references that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that is in there. Yeah. And it was he then trained the students to actually, you know what, you need to, here's one, go and double check it, look at the Hansard records from the government and actually compare it. So yeah, no, it in the full interview, that is very much referenced.
Yeah, okay. Yes. Okay. Well, I've been doing some small studies, and our experience of the language bias and the translation might be more towards meaning, but if you use ChatGPT in different languages, there's serious language bias.
Thank you very much. Really interesting conversation there. I'm very sorry we don't have more time, Tim, for you to have further questions, but you might want to leave your details in the chat maybe, or yes, yeah, but yeah, thank you very much for that. That was really engaging and interesting. Some really good discussions from there, Rebecca. So thank you. So we will move on to our next speaker. So we have Ivan Au, who's from the University of Oxford. Thank you for joining us today, Ivan. And similar to the situation we have now for this workshop, Ivan's going to be talking about behind the doors of breakout rooms and opportunities and concerns in hybrid post-pandemic classrooms. Yeah, take it away whenever you're ready, Ivan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I will try to keep it short. Right. So yeah, as you heard from the introduction today, I would talk more about the transition into a hybrid post-pandemic paradigm from the full online age that we experienced over the pandemic. So a bit of a background is that from quite earlier on, I see that there is a potential in using breakout room to facilitate learning, and I assume that the audience that we have today, could be quite welcoming, when it comes to technology. So, and in particular, breakout room is a good place to give a tailor-made feedback in terms of when it comes to language teaching, and when students do come together and work on a task collaboratively, it was said that they feel that this is a safe space, and because it's less public, unlike the classroom setting where you can somehow overhear what the other groups are talking about as well. But then one thing that I was thinking about is how do I measure or make sure that learning really took place in the breakout room, because I can't be in all the breakout rooms at the same time. So I was interested in looking at this with my students retrospectively, basically. And I looked into the literature to see how I can measure that. So there was this framework called community of inquiry. And it was said that learning truly occurs when the three core elements that I'm going to talk about interact with each other. And of course, is there, in the lesson. Starting with teaching presence, social presence, and cognitive presence. Teaching presence, as the name suggests, requires that the teacher would plan, for the class and for the course, and would, there will be endeavor from the teacher to facilitate learning in the online classroom. Social would be the fact that students and learning of these students, the activities will be situated within a social setting, so they get to interact with each other. They do it to accomplish the task, basically. And finally, cognitive presence has more to do with meaning making. So can they, for example, co-construct meaning through working the task, solving the problem, so on and so forth. While the first one seems more intuitive and clearer, and as teachers, we know that this would be there. But the other two are a little tricky because you never know, if students are indeed working on the task while you are not in the breakout room, so on and so forth. So then I again tried to refer to the framework and try to devise a survey, a questionnaire to test it. In particular, I used the questionnaire to test my hypotheses, whether or not breakout room really facilitates the accomplishment of these tasks in English learning through offering two things. One, a diversified language exposure, and two, multiple levels of feedback that would cater for students' academic and emotional needs. And because of the time, I should tell you that this part of the study is paving the way for the later part on the post-pandemic and hybrid mode of delivery. So for that discussion. I worked with Year 2 and Year 3 undergraduates who were from the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences doing academic English and job hunting courses. The questionnaire focuses on different presents that I introduced just now, but I try not to use the term to make them, in order not to make them be too aware of what I'm trying to get at. And for each of these questions that I asked them to give scores to, I have a pair of that focus more on the teacher, and then the other one focusing on the peer, such that I could compare the two, the contribution from the two parts, basically. Findings. I'm going to talk about my findings again in relation to the presence, but because of the time, I can't highlight everything, so bear with me. As you can see, across all the questions that I asked about teaching presence, teachers were always given, a higher score, meaning that they rely on teachers more, which is something that I expected and possibly quite cultural. And by the way, this is situated in Hong Kong. So, but then one thing that I find quite interesting is that it seems that peers do have a role in all these, in the teaching and learning online, especially as they work in breakout rooms. And from these questions that you're looking at here, we can see that the mean scores are actually quite comparable. Student treasure input from both the instructors and peers, and it's not that it's not either or, it's not all or nothing. Teachers are welcome to check on them, welcome to drop by in the breakout room, but also allow them sufficient time to work with each other would be quite important to secure teaching presence. Alongside all the other findings, other conclusions from questions focusing on teaching presence, it's clear that teaching presence could be strengthened by peer collaborations, and that, of course, teaching presence addresses students' academic needs. Moving on to social presence, something that is quite encouraging is that students felt that their voice were heard in the breakout room, I suppose, as compared to the live session where you sit in a lecture hall, a classroom, facing your peers. That might be a little intimidating. Having said that, though, they still find that some part of it, the experience, could be quite daunting in the sense that as they work with their peers, they might sometimes disagree with them, but doing it in the breakout room, even with or without my presence, doesn't change how intimidating they sometimes find the experience. So this is something that is, in a way, I think, calling for the need for us, as teachers, to address students' emotional needs in online learning. Although it is something that should be facilitating their learning, situating them in a social and tech-assisted learning environment. Finally, cognitive presence. Again, instructor higher scores, but the role of students also seems to be quite significant as well. In particular, they treasure feedback from both the teachers and their peers. And what we could conclude there in relation to, so these elements, trigger, exploration, integration, resolution, are important notions or elements that would be needed for us to say that, well, cognitive presence were there. But But in conclusion, from the data that I was looking at, it was clear that cognitive presence could be strengthened by the exposure to peer input and feedback on top of those from teachers. And this, again, addresses the academic needs of students. Having said that, I then asked him a little bit about the overall experience. So at the end of the day, do they think that this is an essential part, breakout room and working with peers? And the result was quite positive. So they do think that it's quite a necessity to have, and they treasure the experience, especially given the fact that they wouldn't be able to interact with students, their classmates in person during the pandemic. Having said that, it seems that the picture is quite positive, right? We have achieved, we were able to secure all the presence. But and I was even interviewed by an European journalist some time ago, sharing the experience of doing this in Hong Kong. However, I think you would know that there are still people who would find the whole experience quite daunting. So moving on from the live session to a breakout room, meaning that you would have to interact more, you would have to turn on your webcams, so on and so forth. So I was quite interested in how things are basically after the pandemic, when we have a more hybrid mode of delivery going on. I would say that there are mainly two types of hybrid modes of delivery, at least for the case of Hong Kong. The first would be when we have live lectures, where the online session is also ongoing, and then they would be able to at least listen to what the instructor was saying. They might be able to interact with them, but this is not always the case that the lecturer will be able to manage that. But they can, of course, unmute themselves and say something. The other kind would be the online one-on-one session that is kind of on top of the live session that they will have, but something that is online, so making it hybrid, although delay, not happening at the same time. What I'm going to tell you from the interview data later is focus on this type of hybrid modes of delivery. In order to make the data collection and interpretation more meaningful, I asked students in an interview questions in relation to the three types of presence again, and these are the answers that they gave me. In relation to cognitive presence, you can see that although they might like the fact that doing it online or doing it one-on-one would allow them, opportunity to catch up with what they have missed, but they do still miss or sort of treasure the opportunity to hear from others, in the live session. So in this particular example, they were saying that sometimes other students, their classmates, would ask questions, and they might benefit from it. It might be questions that they didn't think of, but might be useful, for example, in completing the assignments, in catching up with the progress. Interestingly, there are also, although these students that I worked with, they came from the age of having full online lectures and lessons throughout the pandemic, some of them still find it quite difficult to handle the tech side of things. When it comes to social presence, some of them thought that it would be better to, again, work in the mode of a breakout room, working with others versus, just working with teachers. But it was actually quite rewarding to see that some students, one student actually, said that he found the experience particularly interesting because they never experienced that kind of, hybrid mode of delivery, and they don't think this is something replaceable by a physical lecture. And of course, for introverted students, they find it easier to interact with the lecturer or the instructor in a one-on-one setting. They feel less pressured. Teaching presence. Some of them thought it's too short. And this is something that is, I guess, that varies and also depends on the availability of the lecturer. So some of them could be as short as 15 minutes. Some of them could go on to an hour and more. So it depends. But you can see that students seem to expect slightly more than just, when we just have physical lectures. It would say that, well, I could even text you or send you a chat message on Teams over the midnight, and you can get back to me later as part of the hybrid experience. It's also interesting to see how some students would attribute their academic attainment and the grade that they get to the interaction that we have had in the hybrid session. And they somehow could see that because of the student and teacher ratio, doing it online possibly could give them more attention. or despite all the concerns that they had, all the concerns that they highlighted in the previous answers. So then this brings us to the reflection part of all these. So what do we do from here? So it does seem that the varied level of digital competence still remain an issue as we try to carry out or to implement hybrid mode of delivery. So some students and even teachers, they might not be very good at it, basically. And to be honest, although I consider myself, quite well trained in giving hybrid lectures, it's still a lot to manage. For example, sometimes you might forget to do the recordings, so on and so forth. So this is something to, I guess, think about. And obviously, doing this hybrid mode of delivery sometimes requires that students would be quite disciplined, and they would be able to, they would have to be able to pace the learning themselves. So this definitely requires time to get used to. And I think part of the problem or the difficulty that students and teachers are experiencing is that there is a general lack of a clear, perhaps institutional positioning of this kind of hybrid mode of delivery. So is it something that is required? Any guidelines on that? When do we do it? When do we stick with, for example, the physical lecture? So this is something that I think would help us out. When it comes to social presence, obviously attendance would still be an issue. So we can't guarantee that every student would be interested or they would show up in the hybrid on the online session, whereas usually they would come to the physical ones. And whether or not they welcome this hybrid mode of delivery really depends on their characters and the composition of the group. Sometimes some of them, for example, the part-time undergraduate students, they might welcome this because they have other work engagements, during the week, and this is a better chance for them to, I guess, catch up with or ask questions as they need to. But one thing to think about is, do we then reinforce and provide the space for social interaction in a live session, or do we do it online? So that's something to think about as well. Teaching presence. Obviously, just like what we have in the physical session, students do expect constant check-in from teachers, and because what I was looking at was one-on-one, so they do want personalized support. But then our teachers, the question that we asked should be, are teachers given enough time and space to do that? So what we could do was 15 minutes, online session per week, or, per assignment, but can we, are we allowed to do more than that based on the workloads that we have? And at the end of the day, as I said, do we have a choice over doing it hybrid, doing it completely online or completely, in person? That's something to think about. And as I said, what I found out from the interview that I did was based on the online one-on-one session. And of course, there are other limitations and implications if we are doing, for example, broadcasting it live, from the physical lecture. So I guess this sums up my presentation. And thank you very much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. That was exactly on time, so well done. But yeah, that was really interesting, especially hearing perspectives of students' feelings of presence and the additional requirements that teachers and educators have to face with doing breakout rooms. But yeah, does anyone have any questions for Ivan? We have a couple of minutes. Okay, I have a question, so I'll start off. I'm very interested in Ivan. You mentioned a lot about the kind of feelings of social presence. I was just interested in what your feelings are on this sense of interconnectedness and how you feel like especially with our post-pandemic situation of what your thoughts are on the kind of students having to adapt to both to this new digital presence and requirement. I just wanted to expand your thoughts a little more on that and what your thoughts are.
Right. I think the default is the default thinking of students is that they still prefer face-to-face interactions most of the time, especially when their classmates are the friends and that they have been with them for years. Whereas, in some other courses, content courses, if they do not know other classmates in advance, I guess they don't mind, having it online. But then sometimes it's good to have a bit of both. And there is actually another kind that, in some institution or in some other courses, they were running this one-to-many or one-to-small group kind of online sessions. But so that might give them a chance to do a bit of social interactions. But I guess the implication is clear, is that teachers would then have to allocate even more time, to allow for that. And what I said about the rather unclear and ambiguous positioning of hybrid mode of delivery from the institution level is that we never know if this is something requires, or are we given, again, the time and space to accommodate that. Of course, we want to improve learning, but it's also, as you can see, quite a bit of cognitive and energy demand for the teachers to sustain this. Yeah.
No, thank you. And just on that point, do you feel that maybe there should be more of an emphasis on teachers developing understanding on digital well-being?
Yeah, definitely. I could see in my previous appointment, I was working with colleagues on the e-learning committee, and even after the pandemic, when all the teachers were supposed to be quite familiar with with doing it online, so on and so forth, but there are still colleagues who are, I guess, even skeptical or less familiar with the setting. So yeah, the kind of training would be needed. And I guess sometimes it's also about the knowledge sharing practice within the institution, whether or not they were enabled in terms of pedagogy. So how can they make it more effective? How do they incorporate the online components or the hybrid components in the course, rather than, feeling that they have to do it, in every single lecture, which could be, as I said, quite exhausting for them. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
Absolutely. But yeah, no, thank you for expanding that. Much appreciated. So that brings us right on time to our next speaker before the break. So I'm very happy to introduce, is it Ksenia Laskova? Apologies, I said your name wrong. That's it, right? So from Wolfson College, who's going to talk about human and machine in harmony and rethinking music literacy in the age of AI. I believe we have some music, which I'm quite looking forward to. So yeah, please take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Jenny. Hello, everybody. Delighted to be here to talk to you a little bit about critical music literacy. And I think I won't start with the share of my slides just yet. I do want to have a slightly better control of the tech setup that I have in front of me. So I'm going to play the 3 musical samples that I would like everybody to have a listen to. I believe there will be a poll set up in the chat. So the starter activity that I have in mind for all of the attendees as part of my presentation is to have a listen to 3 musical examples and to think about and form an opinion on whether you think it has been generated by AI, written by a human composer, or perhaps written in collaboration between a human and non-human. Let's have a look if we've got that. Jenny, do you know if there will be a poll coming up in the chat shortly?
Let me have a look for you. If there isn't, I can do one for you if need be. Also, Ivan, are you able to unshare your screen for us? Thank you very much.
Sorry, I forgot.
No, not a problem at all.
Okay, so I think I'll start with the first musical example, but if I can just get a little bit of feedback once again, just to check if everybody can hear the music. So this is a musical example number 1.
Let me use some kind of stuff into your mind. I create this magic cause I wait for you by my side. My whole life shades of.
Thank you. And we're moving on to the second musical example.
That's not very clear.
Right, I think I'll just give a few seconds for people to just navigate the options in and the poll, all of the polls that we have going on in the chat. So just to clarify, there are 3 separate polls for each one of the examples. Okay, and so here's the last one, the third musical example. So again, if I can ask you to vote on whether this has been written by human, non-human, or collaboratively.
I can't hear
Can't
anything.
hear anything.
Right, okay.
Neither can I.
How about now?
No,
Nope.
sorry.
No? Okay. Let's see.
But we need to click something, share sound.
Sorry, just give me a moment.
That's all right, not a problem at all.
Okay, I think we'll just do it slightly differently. So if I'm just going to, yeah, so I think I'm just going to send the file in the chat. If I can just ask
Yeah,
everybody
absolutely.
to have a quick listen by themselves. Sorry, how do we do that? Oh, dear, dear. Jenny, can I get a little bit of advice on how to attach a file, how to send a file in the chat? Is that a possibility for an attendee? Do you have a permission to do that? Don't seem to have the option.
You should just be able to drag and drop.
Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't seem to work, unfortunately.
Copy paste.
Nope.
Is there a link to it? Then you can copy the link into it. Is it online somewhere?
I think I'll just give it another go. I think I'll try and play it. And if it doesn't work, if people cannot hear it, it's, yeah, unfortunate, but
Yes, yeah.
I'll display the name of the pieces in my next
Okay.
slide. You'll be able
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
spare time. Okay, let me give another try to this piece.
Oh, I can hear it now.
So,
Oh, I had it for a second, it's gone.
yes.
Oh, I think it's just very quiet. I don't know if you can turn it up at all.
Can you?
Yeah, I'm afraid it's not coming through. I'm not sure what the issue is. I'm really sorry.
It is.
It's like I can hear it, but it's too quiet, unfortunately.
Right. Okay, well, let's take a look at the polls, at least for the first 2
Yeah, apologies.
examples. No worries. That can happen. Yeah, so we can see for the first example, most of the attendees think that it has been written by AI, or I shall say generated by AI. However, there's some disagreement, minor disagreement on that. And then the second one, okay, so largely I think most of you think, I think that, yeah, so we can see that most of the people opted for option number 1, so written by human. Right, and Timothy, yeah, has shared the answer for the first musical example. So I'm now going to share the slides so you can have a look at what we tried to listen to today, and you can perhaps listen to the third composition in your own time.
You're going to tell us what the answers were?
Yes,
Is she?
Yeah, there we are. Perfect.
Perfect. Excellent. Sorry about the delays, everybody. So yeah, so the first composition, as Timothy has suggested in the chat, is AI written work. The second one has been written by AI as well. And the third composition that we couldn't unfortunately hear, but I would encourage everybody to listen in their spare time, was the only human written work that we were meant to listen today. And interestingly so, I have picked that specific human written work specifically because of its contextual information. So the piece is called Aesop, just like the skincare brand Aesop, the Australian brand Aesop 2 by Robin Hike, who has written this piece for an untrained recorder, soloist, and a large ensemble with electronics. So composer himself explained that he is completely untrained, having never received a lesson or attempted to learn a piece that wouldn't be his own composition on the recorder, and putting himself in the role of a soloist in front of an ensemble of professional musicians was an act of laying bare of his insecurities, his feelings of musical inadequacy, at having never achieved the same level of skill on any musical instrument, unlike his colleagues in classical music. So some contemporary thinkers we know who adopt a materialist methodology in their work in order to review ideas of virtuosity in the era of technological hybridity, tend to call for musicians to amend their conceptions of technique and expertise. So number 1, AI, number 2, AI, and number 3, human written work. So now that we have a think about musical literacy more specifically in the digital age. So what does it mean to be musically literate? In the age of intelligent tech, and where biology and technology have become indistinguishable, as we have seen in the starter activity. It's really difficult to tell the difference between human and non-human work. So general consensus is that there's very little agreement on what music literacy is, and therefore little agreement on how it should be taught. And digital and non-human challenges teaching and learning approaches to music literacy, some focusing on the potential for familiarity with music technology to be conceived of as a form of a novel and completely different musical literacy in itself. So the Society for Music Analysis of the UK-based society, their most recent report indicated that digital music often sits uncomfortably within music curriculum in the UK, where the main focus is on the non-digital, and technology has contributed to blurring the boundaries between literacy and non-literacy, and has led to suggestions of alternative literacies. So an article that I'm going to share in my references slide later on with you all, the article on digital music and critical music literacy, published in the same report as the report of the Society for Music Analysis report, suggests that that at present music curricula and exams in the UK don't always reflect developments in digital music literacy, and then this also raises questions for both post-human art and human/machine collaboration, and ultimately what does it mean to be post-human musician, composer, or virtuoso. So just a quick example of a research project that I wanted to share with you all today, a project conducted over a span of 5 years from 2017 to 22 at University of Huddersfield, which was called Interactive Research in Music as Sound. So the project's aim, one of the aims, was to harness the potential of 21st century technology to research interactive oral approaches to music analysis, with primary considerations given to music in which traditional notation is fundamentally problematic, and such music being, as for example, improvised music or branches of contemporary music. So the research team was set out to develop technologies to analyze music visually and interactively and not using more traditional formats. So what we see on the screen here is a print screen from one of their technologies that they have developed for music analysis purposes. So so we can see sort of like one of the interface versions that they have designed, where a musical work would have been uploaded to this AI-supported software, and it will visualize this composition for you. So in this example specifically, we know that bigger circles would mean louder sounds, for example. So having established that current conceptions of music literacy are somewhat problematic and that AI has been making significant strides in the music industry, particularly and most prominently so in composing practices, you know that AI-powered systems can now generate unique melodies, harmonies, and even lyrics, such as the robot Shimon that we have heard in the first musical example earlier today. And they are all comparable to those created by human composers. It's indistinguishable. It mimics humans' creative process. And so we see all sorts of scary headlines in the media, therefore. So to talk a little bit about teaching and learning opportunities that come and present themselves in post-human music education that can easily be challenged by human-centered AI framework and philosophies that have, you know, a framework primarily that has been suggested by UNESCO very recently. Currently, it's in its form of a draft. Again, it will be referenced on the last slide. We know that there are a lot of applications that exist in education and music education and in various forms of art. But in music specifically, applications of AI exist in oral training, music theory, composition, and performance practices. And we know that teachers need not be experts, digital experts, or experts in different types of music literacy, but should be given the support and curricular freedom to engender musical learning of students in a diverse way. So it is generally proposed that it's through instrumental tuition that music literacy in its main forms is likely to develop, which is a useful reminder for instrumental teachers such as myself. So I think I'd like to bring everyone's attention to Duolingo's recently announced brand new music course, which teaches you the conventional music staff notation, the note values, and how to find notes on the piano. I'm sure everybody or most of you will be familiar with Duolingo, the language learning app. And in their motivation behind creating this course, they said that music fits perfectly in their mission to make education accessible to everyone on the planet. With the new course, anyone can learn music literacy, including reading and identifying notes and playing familiar songs. But interestingly, there are now, we know there are now higher education institutions, for example, in the US, that recently made a policy change whereby students are to be admitted into music programs based on their ability to use digital audio workstations instead of their ability to perform on a traditional musical instrument. If we presume that more institutions consider such policy changes, music educators may understandably begin to question their value of conventional staff notation for students at primary phases of education. And so here's another piece of research that I wanted to share in today's event. So it's a research on how young musicians are embracing AI in the UK, carried out online by Research Without Barriers in 2023. And the sample comprised about 1,000 UK adults, 2/3 of whom said that they are embracing AI to assist in the creative process in music making. And we can see that this number decreases with each older generation, with only 19% of people aged over 55 likely to use AI to assist with their creative vision, highlighting the reticence of all generations to have an open mind about using technology. So assuming that for art to be considered a post-human, it must be produced under the collaboration of biology and technology, or human and machine. But it seems that the post-human notion is not widespread across generations.
Ksenia, I'm really sorry, but I'm afraid we're out of time. But if you want to finish your final thoughts, like I say, if anyone has any questions for Ksenia for the rest of the day, if you just want to message in the breakout room chat after the break, then please do so. But yeah, do finish your final thoughts, Ksenia, because I don't want to interrupt you mid-flow.
Yeah. Thank you, and my apologies for the disastrous start to the presentation today.
That's okay, no problem.
Yes, well, I guess to reiterate the concept of human and machine in harmony, which is the title of my presentation, as the ideal future for music literacy in the age of AI, I would like to introduce the Bach Harmonizer tool for everybody to, again, I would encourage you to explore it in your own time. So it's a Google Doodle created by a team at Google back in 2019 that has analyzed Bach's chorale. So Bach took Lutheran, all Lutheran hymns, and harmonized them, added harmony or sort of like other parts to them. And so I, as instrumental teacher, currently work with students who are completing and sitting exams towards the advanced grades in music theory, which requires them to be able to do that for themselves. And it does take at least a term or two to teach a human learner how to harmonize a melody, whereas the AI tool that has been built at Google, can do that within seconds, which is quite fun. You do come up with your own melody, yet AI harmonizes it for you, and you can download the MIDI file. And so it poses interesting questions such as, do we all now become composers, if we use this tool? So I think I'll just show the slide with the resources that I have mainly referred to in preparation for today's presentation. And I think a good starting point perhaps would be the second one, pictured second, but bullet pointed, that would be the third one by Luth, Digital Music and Critical Music Literacy, if you're interested in the topic. Thank you.
Right, it was still really interesting to hear your thoughts on that, and to see an aspect of AI that I don't think is talked about enough, honestly. Seeing the relationship between music and AI within education is really, really fascinating.
So thank you for being here, everyone. Our first speaker this afternoon is Robin Samuelson from Mälardalen University. And I will not take up any more of your time. Robin, it's over to you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I will share my screen here. Okay, great. And hello, everyone. Thanks for having me on this day. And thanks to everyone who's in the room and listening. My name is Robin Samuelsson. I'm an assistant professor at Mälardalen University in Sweden. And I will present a talk titled Designing for Digitalization Amidst the Anti-Screen Movement in Sweden. And I will present some of what is going on here regarding digitalization, along with my own reflections of doing design-based research and also debate in this area under a time of change. And in the recent couple of years, there have been quite a fierce debate on the role of technology, and in particular the role of screens in schools and preschools. Some of you have probably read and heard the ongoing changes both to the Swedish elementary school and preschool or nursery curriculum. The first headline here is from The Guardian that some of you might have read. And there have even been talks from the government to try and impose screen locks for children and adolescents after certain times at night. And for some disclosure, I have been very involved in this debate myself, together with other teams of researchers. And at first I was myself quite critical to how fast iPads have become widespread as a tool, often described just as any other type of toy used in nurseries. However, as soon as I started to discuss our results on ways that iPads may shape children's play and interaction in this public discourse, I could see how this area was heavily polarized, where every type of critical stance was used to say that screens were bad, often by the voices that wanted a more traditional schooling for children. And this was in some ways reminiscent of how Stephen and Edwards in their book describe technology in education and early education in particular as coming often through revolutions rather than steady evolutions. And since I've been active in to try and provide a nuanced debate and try to leave behind the polarized discourse of screens as good or bad as a either-or type of matter for education. However, perhaps I was too naive, and as the polarization have been heavily used in the political discourse and is now being used to reform education for young children here. But to understand this, we also need some background to understand how we got here. And as many have noted in the international media, Sweden, like many other countries you probably recognize, has had a long history of digitalization. And this dates back quite long now. But some reference point is 1994, when the first of several to come ICT commissions was launched by our government. And in short, this led to an influx of computer machines in Swedish schools in the 1990s. Another point of origin is 1997, when the government started to tax subsidize computers for people to buy to their homes. Around the millennial shift, Sweden had internet connection widespread and broadband infrastructure being built across the country. All of these things led to that children more and more had access to computers in and out of their schools. And of course, you know, from here we start having internet in our cell phones and so on and so on. And if we fast forward a bit, I think something big happened for early education and computing in 2010. That is when the first iPad was launched. And today it feels a bit unbelievable that it's only 10 or so 15 years that we have lived with this type of mobile technology. And if you look at the iPad, its affordances, it's something that can be managed by very young children. An interface which can be touched, swiped, and dragged for interaction. And if we go back to the Swedish preschool, which is also the nursery here in Sweden, because all children from the age of 12 months until when they start school at age 6, they have the same curriculum. And from the years leading from 2010, we had strong opinions favoring digitalization in Sweden, leading to a national strategy in 2017. More and more preschools started to use iPads, and in 2018 we had a big revolution in the early education when the preschool curriculum was changed, adding that all children should develop adequate digital skills. And now we have the everyday situations in the nursery that could look something like in the excerpt you see below. from one of my projects studying 2-year-olds, where the teacher interacts with children on the iPad. And I think the popularity of the iPad, its affordances, and the political climate at the time really converged here, because now iPads become almost a standard tool that soon almost all Swedish nurseries had. And I think this rightly can be criticized, not least through the lens of Selwyn, cautioning us to take a step back and reflect on how digital technologies are changing our educational spaces. From this time, touchscreens started to become synonymous with digitalization in the public debate. And I think this was a major line that led to the point where we are today. Meanwhile, however, I also think that a lot more than just iPads was happening in early education in Sweden and around the world at this time. Teachers and children, they started to explore nature in new ways with new technologies, such as this popular microscope you see below here. And some of my own work down here on the right with a preschool that designed materials based on a popular children's tale to integrate with a popular floor robot. Somehow, however, digitalization became more and more synonymous with screens. Concern was raised from pediatricians that the effects of screen use on young children, and a small group of Swedish pediatricians, they launched a set of recommendations of no screen time for children under 2, something that the current parties that are currently reforming education here really caught up on. And from there, political opinions snowballed into the position we have today. And in the latest draft for a new curriculum for the preschool I was invited to see a few weeks ago, everything about digitalization was completely deleted from the curriculum. So I think here again we can start talking about a new revolution in Swedish early childhood education, an anti-digital revolution if we want. And in parallel with this, it's almost paradoxical, because as the anti-digitalization sentiment have been growing here in Sweden in the public debate, we also have computers everywhere, even integrated into the toys that children use. And then, of course, we had the launch of ChatGPT and the world going absolutely crazy over AI. And it became more and more clear that children growing up today, they will need to have an in-depth understanding of computers and ways of interacting with the AIs, etc. And luckily, many of these things, I think young children can approach without much screen interaction at all. For example, here you see the Cubetto, a Montessori-inspired wooden board where children can program this wooden robot you see. And on the left, the Cubs Cody blocks, which is basically like blocks, but the blocks make commands to the wood truck you see driving. Some of my own work here with the preschools, where we designed play-based environment with the Bluebot, and we looked at how children played with it, but also asked children questions about their emerging thoughts on growing up with robots that could maybe eventually be autonomous. And this project was before ChatGPT and before AI was on the agenda of the public discourse. And the children had really well-formed understanding of robotics and AI, talking about the potential uses they could have in society, but also showing clear boundaries to what AIs could be part of from a children's perspective.
Robin, just to say 3 minutes left,
Yes.
just so we have 5 minutes to
Yeah. That's gone. I also think a lot can be missed if you impose a strict ban on screens. And here's another project I really liked from Chang and colleagues in Hong Kong. Children were presented to AI to gain an understanding of the boat you see here. that carries an AI that is trained for looking for trash in the Hong Kong Bay. And children learned from this tangible robot called the Popbot. But the children also played a game on the iPad where they train the game to differentiate trash, just like the AI in the real boat. And it would be really sad if initiatives like this would be closed in a step back of digitalization and even a ban on screens for children. So where are we going? And I don't want to be overly pessimistic either. And I recently started to look back and analyze several digitalization projects I've been part of since before, during, and after the previous curricular change here in 2018. And I think one feature of the preschools that really made digitalization work have been those that have implemented digital tools, but they have also chosen not to implement some digital technologies. For example, not wanting to use an e-reader because they thought the paper-based book readings provided more focused shared book readings with children. Or preschools that didn't want to use the drawing app on the iPad because they had a well-disposed atelier where they could draw, paint, make things through crafts, etc. But the crucial difference was, of course, that these were decisions by practitioners based on interaction with children and not top-down political decisions. But perhaps this is a time when we can ask what type of educational designs we really want for young children. We can draw from the good and bad experience of digitalization and try to ask in the question of whether digital technology is good or bad for children, but maybe in a new way also. Thank you for listening.
Thanks so much, Samuel. Sorry, Robin. Okay, questions. We have 5 minutes. So yeah, any comments or questions from the room? If you are having or would rather not speak, then please feel free to use the chat and I can address your questions to Robin. Ted.
Hi, Robin. Thanks for the presentation. So I'm curious. I'm curious about. I wrestle with the same issue of, is technology good or bad? And I'll be talking about this in my own sort of presentation. But I was wondering what your thoughts are on ways that researchers might engage in helping to answer that question differently. What you think a researcher overall could be?
Yeah, I think we can do a lot to engage, and I think it could be done in several different ways. I mean, I mainly have been trying to work with teachers at the preschools, and that can be one way of designing. But I think we also have to be much better at interacting also with the technology providers. So that we can show our results and maybe develop design processes also with them to also further technologies that could be better or more valuable or more representative or whatever it is that we want. Because what happened here with the iPad, I think, was a technology that was not completely fit for like the nurses here, but also some of its properties made it really available, and yeah, that can also turn into problems. So I think we have to work in many directions.
Thank you. Yeah, I think arguing for something, especially pedagogically, seems really important, especially in the light of bans both here in England and the UK and there too. So thanks for that.
Yeah, I guess it does make a difference whether we're trying to answer the question from a pedagogical perspective or a political perspective, and I'm not sure that we've quite worked out yet which one we should be focusing on. There's a question in the chat from Laura you mentioned about how there's a diverse digital education for children. How do you see this transferring and affecting those who are older, for example, in high school or in college?
Oh, that's a really good question. I'm not sure I have given it too much thought, but I also work a lot in education for the students becoming preschool and primary school teachers here, and recently I've been trying to develop courses and also thinking about how we can implement design, educational technological design into the courses. And I think one way is, if that is also done, I think a lot can transfer from from the design work I did at preschools, where they started to design materials and open environments for children to interact with technologies. If the teacher students also do that, they get to reflect on their forthcoming practices before they are in live educational situations. So from my perspective as a teacher educator, I think that's one way of looking at it.
Great. Thank you very much indeed. I wonder as well whether there's something you've come across in the work that you've done looking at the way that digital technology is talked about in early childhood, about the temporal aspect, and whether quite a lot of the focus is about preparing children for some future world and the skills that they will need in it, versus actually what they might do usefully with it now. So, for example, the focus on digital skills versus actually using that boat to find trash, which is kind of actually addressing kind of a current issue, as opposed to using it for some sort of imagined future world that they will inhabit, but that we don't fully understand. But I won't ask you to answer the question now, because we do need to move on. So thank you for your presentation. And we move now to Catherine Chandler from Lancaster University. Catherine, are you ready and waiting?
I am, yes.
Thank you.
I'm just going to... Are they visible to everybody?
Yep, looks good. Thank you.
Thank you, Naomi. So I'm Cathy Chandler from Lancaster University, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about the research that I've been doing with a doctoral researchers WhatsApp group. So when I started my doctoral research, which seems a long time ago now, somebody said, do you want to join a WhatsApp group? So WhatsApp, for those who don't know, it's a free instant messaging platform that's used by lots of groups of students. And it means that you can have a peer-led group, a group that's sort of hidden away from programme staff. And at the time when I was invited to do this, I thought, I can't imagine using this very much, but how wrong I was. And many years on, I was still a part of this group long after I completed my doctorate, and I thought it would be quite interesting to study the group. And I was curious about the impact that being part of the group had on my well-being, curious about how it supported my own learning and professional development. And I also wanted to see if ideas around rhizomes and assemblages can be useful in the analysis. So I was going down a bit of a post-human lens. And if I've got time, I'll tell you a little bit about what I found and how the rhizomes, I won't focus on assemblages today, but how the rhizome theory was useful in the analysis. So obviously, to study a WhatsApp group, that's a little bit tricky, because if you set up a WhatsApp group, say you're going to use it for research, then people would be very reluctant to join. And if you already have a WhatsApp group and you say you want to use posts retrospectively and analyze them, then people haven't shared the details of their lives with research in mind, so that's problematic too. So I decided to do an autoethnographic study, and I used my own posts to the group over a 5-year period, and I only used my peers' posts to provide context to my own where they gave permission. And I compared the stories that I found within the WhatsApp data with other information about my doctoral research journey. So I looked at my research diary, which was a series of handwritten notebooks. I looked at my researching professional development plans, which I'd completed 15 times during my doctorate, and those were quite public documents. They were shared with my supervisory team and doctoral programme staff. And I also looked at a student blog that I kept during that time, which was visible to anyone within my institution. And this is what I found. So I was looking at the impact on my well-being, my learning, and my professional development. And I could really track my developing sense of belonging to the group. Although I'd said I wasn't really going to use it very much, I did actually. And I shared over 1,000 posts over the 5 years. So that was more than some of my peers and a lot less than some others. And I shared information about my research, but also everyday life. The pandemic happened during that 5-year period. So you can see examples of some of the messages that I was posting on the right-hand side of the screen there. And the group became a very caring space. It was a space in which I felt cared about, and a space in which I could care for and with others. It was interesting to see that asynchronous messaging wasn't enough for me. About 3% of the messages that I posted were seeking a more synchronous connection. As you can see there, you know, I was constantly saying who's coming to the seminar this morning, or seeking opportunities to meet up face to face as well. And another interesting thing was that I address some of my peers by name a lot more often than others. And in my analysis, I couldn't find an obvious reason for that. You know, it wasn't simply that I knew some of them beforehand and not others, or that some of them were more likely to address me by name. I couldn't find an obvious explanation for that, and we might come back to that in a moment. In terms of my well-being, this was a space where I could share my feelings, and 12% of my messages conveyed at least one emotion. And I realised very quickly that the self I presented to the group was quite different from the one that I presented to supervisors and programme staff. And it became this backstage space for me where I could let off steam, I could say what I wanted to say. And a phrase that came up quite often was, "I'm glad it's not just me." So this was an opportunity to really share my feelings and to realise that, you know, if other people were managing to do this, then I could probably do it too. It was a really encouraging space for me. And my study has really drawn attention to the way in which doctoral study, it's not simply cognitive, but it's emotional and it's embodied. And then also about my well-being, I was interested to see how often I shared information about my health. And just 2% of my messages did this, and it was usually like the one on the screen at the moment, talking about my workload. And I only tended to share information if I judged it to be useful to other people in the group. That seemed to give me permission to share it. And it was quite interesting to see what I shared, but also what I didn't share. So during this time, I mention some health conditions, so developing osteoporosis, developing a frozen shoulder, but I never explicitly mention the menopause. So it may be that that's an area where doctoral researchers who are older might feel under-supported. And then in terms of my learning, about 7% of my messages were asking my peers for advice. quite often I was asking similar questions to those that I asked my supervisors, but they were more spontaneous, so I could just ask them. I didn't have to think about it. I didn't have to think about how to frame the question, how the question would be perceived. And usually I was asking for help with understanding university systems or processes. But I also became quite familiar with my peers' research outputs, and then I could use those within my work as an educator. And I also spent a lot of time giving advice as well. So 36% of my messages respond to requests from my peers. And initially, I tended to repeat advice that we were given within the programme or that my supervisors had given me. But as time went on, I more often advised others based on my own experience. And sometimes that was about online education. It was related to things that I knew about in my work, as well as things that I was discovering in my doctoral studies. And I frequently found myself using the search function in WhatsApp, so I could look back and I could look for things that others had shared earlier and reshare those, and things that I'd shared myself. It became a bit of a library that I could look back on. And what was going on, I realised when I analysed these particular messages, I didn't know it at the time, but I was getting practice in supporting doctoral researchers. So long before I became a supervisor and started supervising doctoral researchers myself, I was able to get familiar with other research journeys, and I could practice supporting people in this much more relaxed, low stakes environment. And that was really useful to my professional development. So I'll just say a little bit about rhizome theory and how that was useful to me when it came to analysing the data. So Deleuze and Guattari would say that there are 6 principles to a rhizome. And a rhizome, we quite often think of particular examples of plants when we think about rhizomes. We've got the ginger on the screen, ginger plant on the screen there at the moment. And Deleuze and Guattari say that there are these 6 principles. And these can all be applied to the WhatsApp group that I studied. So firstly, you've got connection. So all the parts within the rhizome are connected to each other. And you can imagine how the human group members are not alone, but they're connected via the machine component, which is WhatsApp itself. But of course, you know, this connection within a rhizome, there is no hierarchy. It's a completely flat structure. All the components are equal within it, but there may be limitations to that in the human context, because some of us experience belonging differently to others. So whilst it may have felt to me that everybody participated on an equal basis within the WhatsApp group, there may be some people who were present without feeling that they truly belonged in the way that I did. So I can't know that. The second principle is heterogeneity. So the components are very diverse. And again, this applied in a limited way. So some of us were quite similar in some ways. I had the opportunity to meet some of the members, not all of them, members of the group at different points during my doctoral study, and I noticed that some of them were very similar to myself, either in gender or age or ethnicity. But we did also have some diverse characteristics. So we were located in different countries. We were researching very different topics. And then 2 more characteristics of the rhizome: multiplicity. So the rhizome is multiple in itself, and that very much applied. So there's multiple members of the group who are part of the single whole. And if the membership of the group changes, then the nature of the group does change, even if we didn't notice that. that was very much the case. And then there's the principle of a signifying rupture. So if a rhizome breaks, then it will regrow via an old line or by forming a new one, which Deleuze and Guattari call a line of flight. And this is very apparent within a WhatsApp group, because you have conversations stopping and starting, restarting, taking off in new directions. Each post makes somebody think, oh, I can add to that. And we see people leaving, reducing their activity. There's a lot of that going on.
Kathy, that's 2 minutes left.
Thank you. I'm almost done. And then finally, you've got these two interrelated principles of cartography and decalcomania, which I found the most difficult principle to understand. And Deleuze and Guattari say that the rhizome is a map in itself. So rather than being a tracing or a copy of something, it's what they call an experimentation in contact with the real. So the way I understood this was the way in which the group forges its own unique path based on what the members are thinking and needing and the activities that are going on at the time. And people can enter or leave the conversation at any point. So I did think that that was apparent. So just to sum up, I do think that a WhatsApp group can be a really valuable thing. I wasn't sure about it when I first joined, but it's made a huge difference to my well-being, my learning, my professional. It supported changes in my professional identity. So I would think of it now as a tool with agency. It's an extension of me. That really allows me to connect and learn with my peers. Thank you for listening.
Thanks so much, Kathy. That's great. And yeah, it's one of those things that's just become so much a part of our day-to-day lives. But actually, as you say, that kind of behind-the-scenes conversation actually is really important for everything from friendship groups to, you know, supportive communities to, you know, our very government, I think, is run by WhatsApp. So it's just become part of the kind of the fabric of how things work. So it's really interesting to see it, and an in-depth analysis of, you know, a very particular point in time as well, when I think it became even more invaluable. So thank you. Any questions or comments for Kathy? Got 5 minutes, so plenty of time, and do feel free to put things in the chat if you'd rather. Ted.
Thanks, Kathy. That was really interesting. I especially appreciated sort of the nod to how you can care for, about, and with others, yourself, and people through the WhatsApp group. And I think that's a nice way to reframe the role that digital technology might play in education spaces. So I'm quite keen about that. I don't know if you have any more to say about that. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts. I have a second question, but I'll just stop there.
Yeah, I think especially for doctoral researchers, and even more for part-time online distance doctoral researchers, mental health is a real concern. So that's why I was particularly interested in the well-being element. And we know that although that group of students are particularly at risk in terms of mental well-being, that you know, setting up of supportive communities is one way that we can really tackle that. So I do think that, yeah, it's important for students to think, you know, how am I going to look after my well-being, and what support is available to me. But it's also important for those of us who are supervising postgraduate researchers, particularly thinking, you know, how can we encourage and enable those peer support spaces, because they could be life-saving, actually.
Thank you. Ted, I think you said you had a follow-up.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I feel the need for postdoctoral support. I mean doctoral PGR support. Having also being a somewhat distant student, my campus being or a satellite campus. So one other question, I think, sort of stepping out of that frame, was, you mentioned some of the things it was interesting to compare, some of the things you didn't say on WhatsApp. So I was wondering how maybe the sort of the medium itself, I mean, it's mostly text-based, some emoji, maybe some voice recording possibilities, though that often isn't shared in group spaces like that. I was wondering if there's any sort of obvious sort of constraints of the platform on sort of how you interacted with it, or was it such that you sought out also in-person contact to complement that also?
Yeah, I mean, just picking up on the other types of media you can share, definitely I did share media attachments in a useful way. One example would be during the pandemic, and I live close to the sea, so I was able to go down to the beach and record the waves and share it, during lockdowns, which, yeah, I hope my peers enjoyed that. I think, yeah, the need for more than asynchronous contact was something that was very acute for me, but I could see that it wasn't necessarily the same for everybody. So, for some of my peers, it was less important. And I think, a lot depends on the context that we're working and living in. So some people have a lot of people that they can talk with about their research because of where they're working, or perhaps they've got, academic friends and family that are around them. Others perhaps don't have that so much. So yeah, I would say that needs do vary.
Thank you. And I think it's interesting as well the extent to which it's kind of a group that's created by the students. It's not a formal university provided space of support, and whether that makes a difference, because obviously these students do need support, but actually the fact that they kind of create that space themselves, I think there's something particular to that as well. So it's not a space that's governed by the university and by supervisors and all of those kinds of things. I liked the quote, one of the examples you used. So any idea as to why we might need to use NVivo? And I just think there is an excellent paper to be written on approaches to qualitative research with that title. But anyway, that's an aside. Thank you, Kathy. We will move on now to our third presentation of this session. It's over to Laura Chisnall from the University of Bolton. Laura, are you there?
Of course.
There you go. We can see it now.
Okay, so the research that I'm talking about today is about how teachers became or seemingly became more reliant on technology during the pandemic. Now, this piece of research that I conducted was part of my master's thesis last year before I started on my PhD at the University of Bolton. So the aims and the objectives of this research were about looking at nested case studies about how teachers in one particular area, one particular further education establishment were using technology and how it was being used college-wide as opposed to just departmentally based. I had key questions that I wanted to explore. So I was looking at, what do teachers actually view as being technology in their classrooms? Is there something different? Is there something that hasn't been considered by other departments before? How was it actually used in the pandemic and before and after? Because the area I was working in wasn't a place I actually worked in during the pandemic. So it was quite interesting to see how the people in this area were actually looking at it and, looking further at how their pedagogy has changed as a result of it. Now, the reason why I was so interested in this was because I used to work in a high school, and part of my role then became home education and looking at how we can help the students that aren't accessing work, actually giving them a way of accessing it. So things were set up for them, and it was really important to me because in my research, I found that 169 different countries went into lockdown with 1.57 billion students being affected as a result of this. And, we all have social media, we all have access to it in one form or in WhatsApp, whether that is Facebook or Instagram, things like that. And there's ways that we can actually utilize that education for our students. So the literature review that I conducted was split into 4 key sections. So it looked at the impact of COVID within education. So, you know, there was no single approach that fit every establishment. Like the establishment I worked in had 3 separate modes. So mode A was about directed independent study. The students were left to their own devices to find the answers that they needed. Mode B was online teaching with input, but it was, you know, done online through Teams or through Zoom. And then mode C was tutor-led, it counted towards their hours, and it was like having a bog standard lesson like they would have had when they were in college. The educational technology and social media. So there was a growing trend of how this can be implemented at a further education level. And as far back as 2013, FELTAG, who are the Further Education Learning Teaching Action Group, were putting in ideas and putting them forward towards the government, saying this is how we can use technology. But because of infrastructure and things in the way, it was a lot harder for this to be implemented. The digital devices that were being used, especially during COVID, it meant that there's been a push towards digital competency and how it's actually being accessed. But because of that and the current uses, it becomes more problematic because there's a rapid transition. There are questions that are left unanswered. There's a grey area because we don't know things about screen time usage, and we don't understand what an extended period of that time will actually do, and whether, you know, people are actually accessing the correct information that they need rather than just a quick Google search or a quick run over of the material. So the methodology that I used was to use a nested case study. So that meant that I could take people on from different areas of the building and look at how they actually approached their learning, how they actually approached their teaching, and how it was then accessed by other people. And I opted to use a qualitative research approach, and that meant that I could look at not just the people, but I could look at their feelings, their understanding of it, their stories, because one department is going to have a completely different approach, a completely different understanding of how that was then being used. So on the screen is a breakdown of the 16 different departments the college work with. Now, the percentages are how many of those adult learners are actually benefit claimants. Now,
Sorry, we can't see that slide.
Can you not? Okay,
Sorry.
sorry about that. So on the slide itself, there is a 33% benefit claimant of adults that are working or studying an ESOL, which is English as a second or other language. And this became important to me because in that area that the study was being taken place in, there was a high number of benefits, there's a high number of poverty within that area. So there are 13 wards around the area that can study at that college, but they're in 10% of the most deprived area in the entirety of the country. So how do we get people that are having limited access to technology, limited access due to digital poverty or monetary poverty, and how do we get them learning when the actual building is shut? So I started with an initial scoping exercise where I would speak with the support staff across 3 different teams, barring my own, to get them to talk about what they'd seen prior, what they'd seen during, what had they seen after, get them to start helping to build the picture of how the college was run and how the college was being viewed by those who worked there but weren't directly affected because of their jobs, if that makes any sense. I wanted to look at the current state of what they were teaching in, what they were working. And then from there, I was able to start forming semi-structured interviews, because this would allow me to recreate almost everyday conversations with the staff members that I interviewed during that time period. They were given participant information sheets. They were fully aware of what they were consenting to. This included them being aware that the interviews themselves were being recorded, they would be transcribed, but the original audio would not be utilised anywhere. The original audio would not be disseminated anywhere, and that there was an option for them to just speak freely of how they were impacted and what they witnessed in their own lessons, both online and in person. Now, when collecting potential participants, I had my inclusion and my exclusion criteria. The inclusion criteria was basically, if you worked in this college during the time period of pre-lockdown to now, you could be interviewed. There were, however, some exclusions, so certain subjects, particularly ones that I worked alongside quite commonly, were excluded due to the fact that I didn't want any professional relationships to then have an impact on what people felt they could say, what people felt they couldn't talk about, or if people felt that this was a place where they could vent more than anything, because I wanted to focus predominantly on just that time period as opposed to everything else that would come out of it. So I ended up conducting 4 interviews with staff from a variety of different departments. There were staff that were in the higher ended deprivation stats. There were those that were in the lower end. So there was people from science, there were people from performing arts, there were people from the foundation studies, where there is a high number of students with additional needs and those that need that additional support alongside with the staff that are actually in there teaching those lessons. And as a result, 5 key themes began to emerge across 4 single interviews. This included that a myriad of technology was being used across the college, not just departmental. There were instances of poverty and accessibility and Wi-Fi then linking to this. Staff were becoming more aware of barriers that their students were facing at home when they were not inside the college building. And then as a result, this has then impacted their own personal pedagogy and how they take this further and how they actually change their teaching styles. So they noted those key areas, and as a result, there were some key quotes that came out of interviews, such as, you know, staff were being told that students couldn't access the work because they couldn't use a laptop. Their younger brother was using it and he's in their GCSEs. So there became almost a pecking order at home of who had priority over what they could access. And there were people that were too scared to put their cameras on because they were embarrassed about the state of their own house, and they didn't want that to lead to bullying, whether that was back in college or whether that became cyberbullying. And a lot of staff hadn't really realised this up until it was commented on by the students themselves. Now, there's also the idea that this digital poverty that the students were facing was then going to have an impact on their capital and their, you know, their cultural capital. Are they accessing what they need? Are they getting the support that they need for their social capital? Are they actually going to finish with the courses that they actually meant to set out to gain? Are they going to get their GCSEs? Will they get their level 3 in performing arts or forensic science? Will they be able to move into a more BTEC as opposed to a foundation course? And it was interesting to note that multiple departments were noticing these, that their decisions were almost being affected by the input of the students. And, you know, the relationships that they were building with their students online became a key factor of what they actually did, how they actually changed their lessons. So it became, I will not tell you which warm-up we're doing. You're going to decide. You're going to pick what room we're teaching in today, and everyone will teach from that room. Everyone will work from that room. So you could do a dance lesson in the kitchen, maybe. could set up an experiment in the bathroom, and then that got shared back. So my conclusions were that, you know, the pandemic, the lockdowns have impacted how we're teaching. Interviews are giving teachers that space where they can discuss how they feel. They can offer that place of, this is how I was impacted. How were you impacted? You know, there's technology that I hadn't considered. I know I interviewed a maths tutor who, when they were asked, what technology do you use in your classroom? Their first instance was calculators. And to go from people saying, I use Teams, I use OneNote, we used Zoom, we used Moodle, to I just use calculators and a YouTube video. It was incredible to see and incredible to watch, going back into those lessons, seeing how they're still doing this, they're still implementing a paperless education, or they're limiting the paper that they're using because they've seen how their students work during all of this. So that's me, and if anyone has questions or anything that they would like to ask me, please feel free to do so.
Thanks so much, Laura. Any questions? Yeah, Robin.
Could you say something more about nested case studies? What they are, and what you see, like the trickiness or the advantages with the methods?
So the nested case studies were, there were 4 separate teachers that were interviewed, and each of their stories was then retold within the final research project. So they were each given a series of questions where they would explain what technologies they used, what impact they'd seen, how their students had reacted, and then how they had finished, or how they had come out of it. And their stories were then told, quotes from them, from their transcripts were then taken and added into the final thesis, if you will. And there is, I think I ended up making like a 6-page table where each different member of staff was able to have their quotes added to the different themes, if that as well. So every teacher had something to say about the technology being used. Every single member of staff was able to talk about the poverty, or the digital poverty that they experienced as a result of working from home. Every teacher was able to feel comfortable sharing where they thought the shortfalls were within the environment they worked in, without repercussions from higher ups, if you will. And it became, when I initially started the project, I was going to do a structured interview, but it then became more semi-structured because they were my peers, and there was a way that we could actually talk about this in an environment where we could both feel comfortable, we could both talk about what we'd experienced and share those stories as well. I don't know if that's answered your question.
That's good, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions or comments? I wonder if I could just ask Laura, in terms of how the experience of teaching during the pandemic and suddenly having to rely on different technologies for teaching, do you have a sense that even though these teachers were experienced at working in an area of quite high deprivation, did that experience somehow make that poverty, the impact of poverty on those learners, more concrete for them? Did it just kind of, compared to how they saw it before, was it kind of a bit more abstract before? Like, yes, we know, generally speaking, things are tough, but actually, did it become more concrete for them, or did it change how they felt towards their students in some way?
It simplified quite a lot for those teachers. Like, there were teachers that knew, you know, these students do come from quite high areas of deprivation. These students do struggle, you know, arriving on time because we're taking the siblings to school. But when they had to have those conversations, those open conversations of, well, why aren't you turning your camera on? And having to hear them say, I'm embarrassed, or why are you working in the bathroom? And then having to hear, it's the only place where I can be private. It's the only place where I can have a lock on the door and not be shouted at. It kind of solidified the experience for those teachers, and it made them in turn a lot more empathetic to what the students were dealing with. So like one teacher now is being a lot more considerate about how her students access work. So do they want to do it more digital? Do they want that more physical copy that they can use and go back to, because they're not sure if that student's going to be able to bring it home, or if that student's going to be able to bring it back, because there are more higher priorities at home that they have to compete with.
Yeah, so it's interesting. It seems that there's obviously been practical changes that they made during that time that they've kind of continued with, but also perhaps kind of changes in how they understand their moral responsibility in some way as educators, in terms of kind of seeing their students differently. Yeah,
it became a lot more of a holistic approach across those departments, where they knew that their students were dealing with other things. It was like, how can we make this more accessible for you and what you need, as opposed to, you know, these are the skills you need to learn, go away and learn them. It was, okay, so we're going to work on this project. You can use this software, you can use that software, or you can go out and learn your own. But as long as you've got a way of showing that you've done it, absolutely go for it. They were a lot more accepting of the different ways that learners were accessing things, and a lot more accepting of the ways that students were learning. It wasn't one size fits all anymore. It was, as long as you've done it, as long as it makes sense, you do that. Yeah. And then come back to us and show us how you did it. And I think that became it's a lot more departmental wide now, and it's a lot more college wide, as opposed to, we're in performing arts, we're going to teach you this way. We're in science, we're going to teach you this way. So. Yeah, and I think it's probably, you know, something that's been seen across the board as well, not just in different FE colleges, but also in universities as well, certainly in terms of kind of forms of assessment and so on. Certainly something that we're much more kind of attuned to the fact that this one size fits all idea is not necessarily the most appropriate. So thank you, all three presenters. We'll take this opportunity to give you a virtual or physical round of applause at this point as we end this final session. Sorry, Henny, you had your hand up. You've got a very quick question.
No, I'm so sorry. I meant to give a clap.
Okay, excellent, good. We'll take it as a high five then. Thank you. Right, so we will stay here. The people in the other group will return to join us. I suggest we take a break now until about 20 past, and if we come back together, there'll be an opportunity to re-vote for which room you'd like to be in for the second half of the session. So if we come back, just switch off your cameras and microphones rather than leaving the call, and we'll come back together at 20 past.
Today I'm presenting research which is currently under review, which was co-authored by myself and Professor Barry Billingsley, again at Canterbury Christ Church University. This was originally called the Interactive Discipline Wheel, a novel way to navigate the architecture of digital knowledge using Gen AI. It has since been rewritten to the Epistemic Insight Discipline Wheel, so it's even more catchy than it was before. So some background context to the research that we have put forward for publication. We have been looking into what we have coined disciplinary silos in education and the fragmentation of knowledge. So we have found that many particular Western education systems are characterised by what we call disciplinary silos, where knowledge is often compartmentalised into distinct disciplines, which has hindered interdisciplinary collaboration and what we like to call holistic learning. We have found this structure is mirrored both in the physical and the organisational layout of education institutions, limiting opportunities for recontextualising knowledge and fostering interdisciplinary dialogue. We've also, in our research, looked at the impact of education practices, the specialisation over integration. So education systems have traditionally had to choose to focus on either disciplinary specialisation or polymorphic skill development, and systems that emanate entrenched compartmentalisation are locked by rigid timetables preventing collaborative exploration, and this impedes the cultivation of holistic understanding and critical thinking skills. We found that search engines and knowledge silos is now the new form of what we could call digital compartmentalisation. So we found the advent of Gen AI and modern search engines like Google has transformed digital knowledge navigation. However, we believe these tools are still reinforced by departmental silos by presenting information in a linear, siloed manner, which often discourages exploration of diverse knowledge domains and inhibiting interdisciplinary engagement. Within this, there are algorithmic influences in curated online pathways. So we again found in our research that sophisticated search algorithms driven by deep learning techniques often prioritize user satisfaction by delivering curated responses. And this approach, while efficient, reinforces reliance on pre-selected pathways, potentially inhibiting deeper engagement with diverse knowledge domains and contributing to a surface level understanding of complex subjects. So the purpose and goal of this research, the aim of the paper, which is under review, is twofold. Firstly, we aim to clarify the concept of epistemic insight, as well as its relevance in contemporary education. And secondly, to propose a methodology for an empirical study into how the integration of the EIDW powered Gen AI into current teaching pedagogy. The purpose of this research is to explore how the epistemic insight discipline wheel and generative artificial intelligence can be harnessed to transcend this compartmentalisation of knowledge in education and promote interdisciplinary learning and epistemic insight. We believe this work to be crucial because it addresses the fragmented nature of knowledge in education and aims to equip educators and students with the tools to integrate and apply knowledge across various disciplines, fostering a deeper understanding and problem-solving capabilities for complex problems and real-world issues. To understand how the EIDW and Gen AI in general can be harnessed to further explore epistemic insight and enable its users to transcend the current architecture of digital knowledge, those departmental silos I mentioned earlier, we believed it was vital to understand the nuances of what epistemic insight itself actually is. And this required a comprehensive exploration of the component notions of epistemic knowledge, epistemic curiosity, agency, and epistemic insight. We concluded that epistemic knowledge was an understanding of the nature, limits, and validity of different types of knowledge. It involves critical thinking and evaluating sources. Epistemic curiosity was the drive to seek and explore new knowledge, motivated by an individual's genuine interest. According to Lippmann, this type of curiosity allows for deeper questioning and understanding. We found that agency is the active participation and engagement in learning, emphasising the importance of self-efficacy and motivation in fostering resilience and adaptability. And epistemic insight was the integration of epistemic knowledge and curiosity with a high degree of agency. In a sense, it's a combination of all the previous terms. So where does this lead us with the EIDW? Well, this is a novel interface that has been developed at Canterbury Christ Church University, and it combines Gen AI capabilities to facilitate interdisciplinary learning. We believe that unlike existing Gen AI tools, which often focus on reclaiming teachers' time, the EIDW aims to enhance educators' epistemic knowledge by processing complex multi-dimensional queries and enabling interdisciplinary approaches. The EIDW is powered by Gen AI, and it means that it is capable of both disciplinary specialization and polymorphic skill development. So it helps people in either education systems, traditional Western and modern, because it is helping someone who works in one discipline to understand what it means to think in each of the others. Essentially, when you use this new tool that we've developed, you ask a question in the middle, and you can then select the different disciplines you wish the tool to search for. It then poses different questions, a preferred question that a scientist might ask, or the preferred question a philosopher might ask, and then it generates responses. So we intend to apply this and use this within an empirical study, and the methodology has two phases. Phase 1, we will employ a mixed method approach of 30 teachers, including primary and secondary and further education educators, and they will engage in workshops focusing on introducing epistemic insight pedagogy, creating precise Gen AI prompts to illustrate interdisciplinary connections, and customizing the EIDW for their diverse needs. The phase 2 of our methodology will involve over 100 teachers and 1,500 students in a larger scale study. This phase includes collaborative workshops and on-campus events to investigate how various fields can contribute to the ethical and effective utilisation of AI. And surveys and observations will measure improvements in epistemic insight and interdisciplinary understanding as a result of utilising the EIDW. Our investigation aims to answer several inquiries. So to what extent can students effectively engage with our proposed methodology? To what extent does the intervention lead to gains in interdisciplinary thinking? To what extent does the intervention lead to gains in student agency? And how can the report generated by Gen AI comprehensively across various disciplines offer valuable insight? As part of this study, we've proposed different hypotheses. Our null hypothesis 1 is that there is no difference in epistemic insight in students who engage with the EIDW and those who do not. Alternatively, our alternative hypothesis is that students who do engage with it will gain epistemic insight compared to those who do not. The null hypothesis 2 is that there is no significant change in student engagement with their learning as a result of using the EIDW. And the alternative hypothesis 2 is that students using the EIDW will exhibit higher levels of engagement with their learning compared to students who do not use it. So in conclusion, we believe this research, if done correctly, has the potential to revolutionise educational practices by fostering interdisciplinary inquiry and supporting evidence-based decision thinking. We believe that EIDW has the potential to break down what we call disciplinary silos online and enhance learning experiences for both educators and students, paving the way for a more dynamic and learner-centric education environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. That was really interesting, and it's nice to see AI being used in an interdisciplinary way, in such a very unique way as well. So yeah, I definitely want to try out the wheel for sure. But yeah, does anyone have any questions for Sam at all? We do still have quite a few minutes, so yeah, feel free to type it in the chat, or alternatively raise your hands using the function at the top of the window.
I can see that. Yeah.
Yes.
I was going to say, as you said, Jenny, we are very much looking at using Gen AI as a tool to foster interdisciplinary learning. And at the moment, we're publishing a series of papers on this change in perception.
Yeah, very much so. So yeah, I'll take the question from the chat first, and then we will go to I think Rebecca, who has their hand raised. So Ksenia asks, can I ask what theoretical onto / epistemological framework you'd be looking to apply in your research?
That is an interesting one, and one that is not currently defined. It's still very much in the process. The paper that we've done has basically set up what we're proposing, and our next step is to now go ahead and finalise all the details so that we can then conduct the research. So at the moment, that is still being decided.
Great, thank you very much. And now, Rebecca, I think you have your hand up. So yeah, please feel free to ask your question.
Yeah, the thing is I can't get into the chat for some reason, so that's why I have my hand up. I'd love to know where you can access this wheel so we could try it out.
Yeah, I believe it is publicly available on, if you search Canterbury Christchurch University Epistemic Insights, which is the top logo.
Okay, I will do so.
It's a sort of sub-department within the university.
Oh, great. Yeah, really interesting. I have copied your contact information as well, because we do a lot interdisciplinary stuff. So in the International Baccalaureate, so it might be a really interesting thing to look into. Thank you.
Yes, please do reach out. Like I say, this is one of, I think, 4 papers that we are putting forward with a recurring theme of using Gen AI as a tool for interdisciplinary learning and boosting metacognition. So if you are interested, please do reach out.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I will definitely be one of those people like Rebecca. So yes, thank you so much. Yeah, does anyone else have any questions at all? Okay, I'll pose a question then. So with this wheel, what are your thoughts on how you'd like it to be? Are you thinking of basically promoting this very widely to different educators, or what's your ultimate vision with the EIDW?
I think the ultimate vision is hopefully once we've trialed it in an empirical study that is academically founded and we can publish our results, it's to then make it an available tool for educators to use. I don't know what the university, because it's owned by the university ultimately, so I don't know if that will be a free public source or a paid for public source. That wouldn't unfortunately be my decision, but ultimately it's once it's tried and tested and we can verify the benefit that it provides, is to then make it widely available to educators.
Brilliant. No, I think that will definitely be a really good resource. And like I said earlier, it's nice to see how generative AI is being used in a quite an innovative way, rather than just coming up with like, simple results. It seems a lot more dynamic, which I really appreciate.
For me, personally, as an ex-teacher, I'm hoping that this will free schools from having to subscribe for quite costly cross-curricular schemes of work. I know that the schools I've worked in have paid several £1,000s for schemes of work, whereas this could lead to more personalised cross-curricular schemes of work that are more specialised and personalised to the specific class the teacher is working with, but at the same time free up some of the school's budget for other resources.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think I have found it. Is it on the futureofknowledge.com website?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Okay.
Well,
so
I haven't found it, so
here we are. I've posted it in the chat.
Yeah, I have no access to the chat.
I know. I'm really sorry, Rebecca. I will look into that for you. I'll post it into the main chat as well when we come back after the sessions. But yes, no, thank you very much. That was yeah, like I said, I'll be having a look. I'll probably be promoting some of my fellow educators as well. So yeah, no, really insightful. Thank you. So yeah, what I'll do is I will move on to the next speaker, who will have some extra time for questions as well, which is brilliant. So yeah, thank you very much again, Sam. So yeah, so we'll now move on to our next speaker, who is Hani, if I'm saying your name correctly, hopefully I am, Hani Zaid, who is from the University of Illinois. So thank you so much for attending from such a great distance and a different time zone. And yeah, their talk is going to be on digital citizenship and its discontents, which sounds very intriguing. So yeah, do take it away, Hani. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jenny. And yes, you're pronouncing it correctly. So, okay, let me share my screen. You can see my PowerPoint. Awesome.
Yes, can see it perfectly.
Perfect. Good morning from Urbana-Champaign. Thank you for having me, and thank you for organizing such a lovely workshop. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to be presenting my research titled Digital Citizenship and Its Discontent. And let me first begin with some context. So after a turbulent revolutionary period between 2011 and 2013, a new phase of Egyptian political economy emerged with a new constitution, a new president, a new developmental strategy, multiple waves of structural adjustments, and a slew of national mega projects. Now, all of this coalesced around this declaration of a new Egyptian republic. Now, at the heart of this new Egyptian republic was a digital developmental vision of a new digital society. So the construction and the building of a new digital Egypt. So this new digital Egypt was a society that operated digitally in all aspects of life. It integrated technologies, digital technologies in particular, in social, political, and economic domains. But to create this new digital Egypt, the state needed to create a new digital Egyptian. So the construction of a new digital citizen who would be ready for the future and for the digital transformation era. So this idea of digital citizenship, at least within the context of the Egyptian state, also in education, centers around two main ideas, like the economic imperative of entrepreneurship and the integration of digital technologies. More specifically, this new digital citizen, and this is from different like state sources from the Ministry of ICT and Education. So this new digital citizen is a risk-taking entrepreneur, is a competitive freelancer, is passionate about technology, digitally capable and ready for the fourth industrial revolution, and of course, independent and flexible, skillful and innovative. So ready to work in this platform economy and the gig economy, ultimately. Of course, you can already see that it's the economic direction of the citizenship is very pronounced, and of course, it's completely apolitical and non-critical. Now, two main entities were responsible for this construction of a new citizen, the Ministry of ICT and the Ministry of Education. So this is the Minister of ICT, and I'm not going to dwell too much on this particular component. We'll focus more on education, but it's just to say that the point of the Ministry of ICT, or what they were trying to do, is to get people into the entrepreneurial and the freelancing world, not to be afraid to take the risk, and to promote this technological innovation and to promote the digital innovative culture. So the state was doing it through the Ministry of ICT in different ways: the cultivation of digital skills, the promotion of digital entrepreneurship, digital offshoring and outsourcing, and of course, within the framework of digital regulations, by the promotion of certain digital culture, and founded upon solid digital infrastructures. Okay, so this was the Ministry of ICT. Now, with the Ministry of Education, the digital citizenship was basically done in two ways. One, curricular changes in primary education, in preparatory. So here you can see in grade 4, this is a new ICT curriculum. And you can see above there's a digital citizenship theme. And it was recurring in different grades. And this is an example of the lesson itself. Now, in addition to those curricular changes, there was also in secondary education this massive project of digital transformation. And this is the core of what I'm doing. So in 2018, the Ministry of Education embarked on this massive digital transformation of what they call digital transformation of secondary education. Now, this involved the administration of digital assessments, the distribution of tablets to students, the equipping classrooms with smart boards, launching digital learning platforms, the curation of a digital content. And of course, all of this wouldn't have been possible were it not for a massive investment of digital infrastructure that connected schools together and equipped them with internet connectivity. And of course, since this began in 2018, it was massively boosted by COVID-19. So this digital intervention, this massive digital intervention, promised to improve Egyptian education and to work on and improve its international rankings, disappointing international rankings. It also promised to solve educational problems like examination cheating, private tutoring, fetishization of grades, and ultimately it promised to build this new digital citizen who would lead the new Egyptian Republic. And this is the current Minister of Education talking about this digital entrepreneurial citizenship. He said the responsibility of the Ministry of Education is to prepare a generation that succeeds in the future. The age of jobs has ended. To be an employee won't make you successful. We need instead an entrepreneur. And in terms of policy, he says that we are going to be integrating AI and entrepreneurship in secondary education. Of course, in addition to the digital interventions already in place. Now, this is Yusuf. Yusuf is like the ideal type or the exemplar of this digital citizenship. He's I quote here, the ministry, the youngest Egyptian entrepreneur. He's 14, just in secondary education, and he was on Shark Tank and he got, I don't know, lots of money. He had his new platform, digital platform, and he basically embodied those ideals of digital citizenship. And this is, again, the Minister of Education saying, if you look at Yusuf, those are the learning outcomes and characteristics that the state wants. Passion for learning, curiosity, endurance, responsibility, critical thinking, creative thinking. Here is a product in front of us. So he was basically the quintessential digital entrepreneurial product of the state. Okay, so this is the intentions, the state-led top-down digital citizenship. Now, my research is concerned with the realities of this, the unintended consequences of such an imposition of a top-down apolitical vision of citizenship that is centered around technology and entrepreneurship. And I focus mostly on secondary education. Now, this research or this paper is part of a broader research project that I conducted between 2020 and 2023, and I'm still continuing till now, doing certain things. And I have like a digital ethnographic orientation. So in addition to in-depth interviews, event observations, lots of content analysis, I was also doing like a lot, like qualitative social media research, digital learning platform research, online class observations, and online interviews. But I was mostly focusing on qualitative social media research. Okay, so let's move to the realities of it, the unintended consequences, the discontents of global citizenship or digital citizenship. So if Yusuf was the quintessential digital citizen, who will call him the minister, was the dark side of this. This was a notorious figure, a student in, I think it was in secondary education when I was doing my research, who called himself two things, Lajna Khassa, which is a special examination hall, and he called himself the minister. And this is the former Minister of Education. Now, this shadow minister was responsible for one of the most notorious Telegram groups that were specialized in cheating in secondary education in Egypt. Now, digital collective cheating, big problem, not only in Egypt, but it was like basically this unsanctioned collective assistance during exams using technologies. And it's important to remember that it's criminalized and religiously prohibited in Egypt. Now, this minister was focusing mostly on Telegram. He was working mostly on Telegram. And he was one of the driving forces and the key figures within this. Those are some examples of the groups that he founded and he was in control of. And he had dozens more. And you can see like membership in those groups were like in the tens and sometimes hundreds of thousands of people, mostly students. And they were using this, or he was using those groups to facilitate digital collective cheating. Now, within this group, within those groups, there was a particular system. It was basically one-to-many, so it was only him doing the speaking. People were not doing it. You couldn't speak in those groups. And just a brief on how he was or the system or the modus operandi of this group, if this was the shadow minister, if this was a group, as examinations began, students would be in the examination halls. They would take pictures of the examination questions, and then they would send those questions to this admin, this minister. The admin would then send it to some teachers that he knows. Those teachers would solve the exam. I'm talking about during the exam, okay? Those teachers will solve the exam and then send it back to him. He will share it to the group, and then the students in those groups would, or this group would send it to other groups, which would then percolate to other social media groups and other students around Egypt. Now, this is an example of what he was doing. Like he's saying that the exam was leaked successfully here, and here you can see like those are the like tablet screenshots. Here are the MCQ solutions for one particular exam. So one important question is, why was this person doing this? What was the point of facilitating this? And it's a massive undertaking. Well, one is there's an element of collaboration and community. So this is an extended quote, and he was basically defending himself. And he was saying that I'm making those solutions available for those who cannot afford private tutoring, to the social justice component, for an orphaned girl who has no one to take care of her, for a boy carrying his family's responsibility, for alleviating psychological pressures from students. So there was this communal component to such a massive and disruptive and illegal undertaking. But there was also an element of contestation in addition to this collaboration and community. And you can already see it in the icons that are used in those groups. Those are the V for Vendetta Guy Fawkes mask. And again, you can immediately see that he's positioning himself in this antagonistic relationship between him and the state. So it was him or the ministry. And you can see this in posts that he has shared on the group. So he says, one point, I swear that the exam will be leaked, to hell with the nerds and with the Minister of Education. It's either me or the Ministry of Education, and we'll see who has the longer breath. At some point, he gave himself a certificate of appreciation. And here I'll quote him, for screwing the Ministry of Education for 5 years. So we can already see this element or the politics of it very prominent here. Now, I know I have a couple of minutes left, but the third, and I think very, very important element in addition to collaboration and contestation was the element of commercialization. So in the beginning, I thought that the story ended with contestation, but there was a new hidden dimension with this commercialization. So those teachers were not being altruistic. They're not doing this for free. He was basically paying them money to do this, and he was paying them through cash, and he was also paying them with exposure. He would share their social media accounts. But then I discovered that, and this was a little bit afterwards, that he was cultivating this notoriety. He was cultivating this those memberships within those groups only to sell those groups. So he was basically cultivating those big hundreds of thousands of memberships, only then to sell them on this marketplace of groups that are sold and repurposed later. And so through this digital collective cheating, we have this minister who's a techno-entrepreneurial citizen with elements of collaboration, contestation, and commercialization. And like sadly, in the end, I discovered that, and this is how I stumbled upon this, was that I discovered that some of the groups were becoming pornography groups. So they were sold to someone, and this person repurposed the group to pornography group. And so, and we must remember that those are kids in those groups. Now, it's important to make a note on the scope of this, and here I'll quote the former Minister of Education who talked about this, and he said, this year in the midterm exam, we were asked, why did you change from electronic to paper exams? The real reason is that we found more than 360,000 students on Telegram who are ready to cheat. And here he's talking about this notorious group, and here he's talking about this person. Anyway, so again, yes, the state wanted this new digital citizen. It got a new digital citizen, but this digital citizen was also practicing different kinds of politics driven by the economic imperatives and basically practicing an alternative form of citizenship that is completely antithetical to what the state wanted. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a really engaging story into a civilization that I'm not very familiar with, and just seeing the kind of complex problems they had to deal with, and the fact they had to go back to physical assessment is, I think, is very intriguing. But yeah, no, thank you. Really riveting story. I could have listened to much more about it, considering the time. But yeah, does anyone have any questions at all? We've got a couple of minutes. Feel free to type in the chat, or if you don't have access, you can raise your hand as well. But yes, Sam, we have a question from Sam. Please go ahead.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. It was a really interesting discussion. I was just interested from the AI point of view. You mentioned that the Education Ministry is integrating AI into secondary education. Have they written any specific policies regarding that integration? I'm thinking particularly about ethical guidelines.
No, not to my knowledge. And I think what they were doing, and they have already, I think they're in the process of rolling out an AI chatbot that is done in collaboration with Microsoft and OpenAI that is being integrated in one of their platforms. I don't know. I don't think they've like launched it yet, but no, to my knowledge, they don't have AI guidelines. The guidelines that you can find about this, you'd have to go to the Ministry of ICT. They don't. I think they publish something over there, but they, in terms of Ministry of Education, they just talk about it, at least to my knowledge, but nothing. There was an ICT strategy that came out a year ago, but I don't think it included much on AI and ethical guidelines, and it was not made by the ministry.
Thank you ever so much.
Welcome.
Thank you, Sam. I also have a question on the aspect of digital citizenship. So obviously that was a key embedded concept within their curriculum, but I'm just wondering what was the response to the fact that there was still, mass cheating going around, and there were obviously workarounds for it. Was there a kind of curriculum reaction to focus more on digital citizenship? Or I'm just curious if you were aware of the kind of political and educational reaction to such a notorious kind of thing that was going on with assessment.
This is a fabulous question, and I don't have an answer to it. I think I would need to do research on this, but I really would want to. My research is focused more on what was happening in secondary stage. So what was happening in the curricular changes in primary education was not my focus. So I was aware of those curricular changes that they showed in terms of digital citizenship, but what happened on the ground and what those students were doing and the reactions, the curricular reactions, one, from the students, and two, from the ministry itself to integrate some of this, I still need to do research on it. The kind of reactions that we see during examinations, and again, this is a much bigger problem in secondary education because also of the high stakes exit examination in grade 12, and which, like this kind of cheating would be very much disruptive of equality of opportunity and so on. But yeah, thank you for the question. I will certainly think about it.
Thank you. We just have Ksenia who's typing in the chat, who I believe might also have another question. So I'll just give her a moment to ask her question. Okay, so this makes me think of how Gen AI is allowed and incorporated into assessment practices in Denmark, higher education, I think, where students are allowed to use Gen AI in essay-based exams as long as they disclose their use. Very much so. Yeah, it's a big discussion about the use of generative AI and technology, and how there's either this kind of full embrace, or like in one of the earlier talks, how there's there's a kind of binary reaction where it's fully embraced or it's fully resisted. So yeah, no, it's really, really good. But yeah, no, thank you very much again. That was yeah, really, really thought-provoking. It makes me want to look more into how the Egyptian government have kind of responded to digital citizenship and technology. So yeah, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Right, so yes, without further ado, oh yes, Sam, did you have a quick question?
Sorry, it was very quick. Do you think,
yes, of course.
Do you think that the advent and the wider availability of Gen AI, do you think that might cause the Egypt government to rethink what they mean by digital citizen, considering that some people consider AI to be a citizen in itself?
That's also a very good question. I'd have to keep an eye on those curricular changes, because it takes time, and those were basically brand new, and I have to go deeper into doing some sort of analysis of those curricula in those grades from grade 4 onwards, to see how they're integrating it, and to keep an eye, because as far as I know, the kind of AI interventions that they were talking about, they were in the context of those digital platforms. But in terms of curricular changes, I'm not aware of something that they were doing, but I'll keep an eye on it for sure.
Thank you ever so much.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So yeah, so we are now moving on swiftly to our final talk. Can't believe the time has gone so quickly already. So we have here Maria Tishanina, I hope I'm saying your name right, from Edge Hill University, who's going to be talking about placebo and nocebo effects of generative AI on subjectification of students in higher education. So yeah, please take it away when you're ready. You're muted, just to let you know, sorry.
Yes, I am. Let me just share my screen to see if you can see it. So, do you see my screen?
Just to say, you're a little quiet on your microphone. I don't know if you can turn it up at all.
Second. Any better now?
I'm not sure. That's all right. We'll just have to get everyone to listen intently. But yeah, no, please carry on.
Okay, I will start to speak louder if that will work.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So my name is Maria. I'm an educational research student doing PhD at education at Edge Hill University. And what I would like to talk today about is the subjectification process of students in higher education, and how this process is being distorted by integration of generative AI, whether purposeful or accidental, when students use it independently outside of structured provision by the university and its lectures. So, as of now, the level of GenAI integration in education creates two types of narratives. Some of them are the good, some of them are the bad, but there is a certain sense of polarized notion of what GenAI does to education in general and to higher education in particular. So it encompasses some optimistic visions of its transformative potential, and also some cautionary perspective on its inherent risks. But these framings of the good and the bad, they are rooted in socio-technical generalized imaginaries of AI's inevitable disruptiveness to education. So the disruption is going to happen. That is the key narration. And whether it's for the better or for the worse, pretty much depends upon what imaginative about the futures those people who adhere to these narratives possess. And these competing visions of the futures are created through the media and through the academic and political discourses. And what it leads to is the creation of two notions of utopian and dystopian futures. But both of them are nevertheless rooted in neoliberal perspectives in terms of capitalist competition. And this neoliberal perspective, it pretty much defines what the purposes of education should be. And because of this, discussion is reduced to assessing the nature of AI disruption in education, to the domains of either qualification or to some extent socialization. To exemplify further qualification, the concerns are voiced around plagiarism and threats to academic integrity, and also to a certain extent hindering skills development when students rely too much on generative AI, thus do not develop the skills necessary. And it also creates a certain atmosphere of mistrust in works submitted for assessment and obtained academic credentials. So this is a bit of a dystopian approach, the bad. As for the socialization, the narratives are completely opposite. So firstly, it's about normalization of GenAI as a daily personal and professional co-pilot and how it enhances productivity and efficiency of people and workforce in general. And what the research and discourse discusses is the implications of this shift in the routine to individuals and society, particularly underscoring the notion of importance of authenticity in communication. However, what skills need to be developed and how they can be assessed in light of the fifth industrial revolution, those are the key themes prevailing in the research right now. But for the purpose of education, there is a third dimension to it, that is of subjectification. And those narratives around qualification in GenAI and socialization in GenAI unavoidably affect how subjectification happens within higher education. But the thing with subjectification that it is an already largely overlooked facet of higher education research and practice. What it essentially entails is that individuals need to come to understand themselves as subjects within education and through education and become autonomous, responsible agents who make choices and take actions in the real world. But GenAI amplifies the issues around seeing education as a product fitting into that neoliberal perspective, which pretty much rules out subjectification as the key purpose of education for the reason that it is not really a product, but a transformative potential that education holds. And what it does, it underscores the need for a more nuanced and complex discussion on educational purposes, but at the same time, it pushes these discussions to the margins. And this creates the need for a philosophical exploration due to socio-technological imaginaries and imaginative future narratives affecting intangible subjectification, which is a highly internal process which is affected by these two discourses of the good and the bad, creating this idea of the ugly discussions around subjectification, which by most part are just not happening. At the same time, those narrations, they distort transformative process of students' subjectification in higher education. So for the research, firstly, about my positionality, I'm an international student myself, and I tend to have a bit of anxiety around my language competence. I'm a doctoral student, so I do not aim for the product, but rather the transformative journey of becoming. And I also hold a Master of Science in Fundamental and Applied Linguistics, Computational and Psycholinguistics, but that was more than 12 years ago. And for this reason, my expertise in the field is not really in the domain of large language models as such, based on Python as a programming language, but on different ideas, alternative ideas to what artificial intelligence might look like. So basically, I was programming in another language. And currently I'm researching, my main PhD research is not linked to GenAI in any way. So this is more of a passion project. So the research questions are, how does GenAI generated formative feedback affect the sense of subjectification, and what is needed to support the subjectification of students in higher education in the age of GenAI? For the methodology, it was retrospective ethnographic approach, and the period of retrospection was 5 months. from December 2023, and it also is supported by automatically saved dated interactions with GenAI. So during that period of time, I was using ChatGPT 4 and Cloud 3 Opus to seek feedback on my planned conference abstract submissions. And the conceptual framework is the tripartite lens of placebo, nocebo, and treatment, which kind of like offers an overarching philosophical examination of GenAI impact on subjectification. And also the cycle of hype, hope, and disappointment in application to educational technologies to probe into the temporal dimension. So for the placebo, nocebo, and treatment, it actually takes away the idea of just inherently good or inherently bad, and it focuses that perhaps it's not the GenAI itself, but what values, attitudes, and discourses are around it. And for the hype, hope, and disappointment, with all GenAI being on the rise, and there is so much hype around it, and so much hope that will improve education, which inevitably leads to certain disappointment when these imaginative futures are not realized, because GenAI might not be in capacity to bring those changes about. There are, of course, certain limitations, and for the autoethnography, it is particularly suitable for researching subjectification, because usually it's criticized for being too inward-looking, but subjectification as a phenomenon is highly internal, and pretty much at this stage, maybe initial exploration stages, that's the only approach you can employ. So for the placebo perspective, as I was saying, it's about hype and hope. So it's about initial enthusiasm for GenAI applications and how those can augment the educational landscape. And the future, which is pictured, is about fostering learners' autonomy within a learner-centered educational paradigm. And within this paradigm, it is important to understand that learners are positioned to initiate and sustain learning as a self-driven pursuit, with GenAI pretty much substituting the teacher as a more knowledgeable other to which learners turn for information and feedback. And the replacement of a teacher as a figure endowed with power by an impersonal substitute can potentially empower learners on this journey towards self-actualization. However, what's also happening, it enacts a certain level of epistemic freedom when teachers are not really guiding the process, thus are not dominating the process. And epistemic freedom as a freedom to formulate or construct beliefs and ideas, to discuss this with others, and to revise one's ideas accordingly is pretty much being possible for the first time in history, because now you can seek that feedback and engage with some sort of discussion and think with another agent, which is not a human being epistemically free. Because whatever judgment you get, whatever feedback you get, it's not necessarily laden in any kind of judgment. So what I did, I pretty much submitted my abstracts to ChatGPT firstly, trying to see what scores I would get. So I had the scoring criteria, I had my abstract, I sent it there, and I received quite positive feedback. And what it did, it instilled with me a certain sense of greater confidence that to submit that abstract, and also a certain sense of empowerment. So basically, I felt good about myself as a researcher, capable of producing good quality research and utilizing GenAI affordances to positively affect my academic career progression. Well, at least that's what I thought at that particular point of time. It was also a bit of a shortcut to combat uncertainty, further enhanced by the deeply embedded positivist view of the reality and trust in the algorithm. So as a person with computational linguistics background, I tend to come as a positivist researcher and do hold, well, deeply embedded trust in algorithms as a better and more reliable way to assess and access opportunities and access the world around me. I submitted more, and I was mostly asking, like, is it too long? Is the title okay? So those kind of questions. And I was also trying to align those abstracts to ensure whether those abstracts are aligned with the call. So I've never used GenAI to produce any work from me. The only thing that I did was to seek feedback, because that is a more ethical approach through which GenAI can affect education. So the placebo effect manifested in this "it makes me feel good" kind of sense. But GenAI, it cannot really support subjectification. It is just a language model for which the notion of reality is inapplicable. And effectively, it led to a sense of disappointment when all conference abstracts were rejected. And I kind of like realized that perhaps this practice is not the best. I sought feedback, why those were rejected, and altered my practice. So there was a bit of transformation to that. So I started to seek criticism instead of feedback, and I started to explore other GenAI tools, namely Claude 3 Opus. So for the placebo perspective, which affected my interactions with GenAI, was I pretty much have given up my subjectness to it, assuming that it's not just an object, but it's somewhat better. And GenAI is not a subject. It's incapable of calling, which is inherent for a subjectification process. So if I communicated with an instructor, it would be a healthier approach to seeking feedback, which would actually subjectify me into the reality of academic writing, as opposed to the version of what is acceptable and what is of quality academic writing that GenAI might hold. And in a CBER perspective, it is marked by self-objectification now in higher education, when students do not really know how to use it effectively, and they are forced to take ownership and responsibility for their own learning using GenAI, which creates a certain tension and pseudo-empowerment, something which I felt victim to. But there is also a certain GenAI deitization, when students tend to uncritically accept GenAI-generated content. And together, those anthropomorphizing GenAI and self-objectification create a notion of certain superiority of GenAI due to its calculative powers and information processing powers, which are supposed to be intellectually superb to a human being. So, but this is just a perception, which is not necessarily reflective of reality. And the actual disease is that students utilize ChatGPT and all those GenAI, whether we want it or not. These practices might not be done when lecturers observe that, but in the libraries, but they do. And that is the actual disease. It's not that GenAI is bad or GenAI is good, but the disease is that students use it without being properly supported in higher education. And unlike lecturers who are proactive and can provide this proactive support to literally extend their hand and call students into the reality, GenAI is reactive. You have to ask it particular questions to seek particular responses. And it's not really the issue of trust or distrust either. So
Sorry,
you
just
might...
to let you know, Maria, sorry to interrupt. We're at time now. So if you
Two slides.
Give your final thoughts. Yeah, fine.
Yeah,
Thank
two slides. So neither black box approach when you consider GenAI uncomprehendable, or white box approach, which might not necessarily be possible with GenAI works, but what is needed is a gray box approach with some knowledge. And otherwise, we students are caught in a bit of a Schrödinger effect when it is subjectification, self-objectification, superposition, which could only be revoked by an observer effect. So the reflections on one's subjectness and AI objectness, and a color effect when a teacher proactively draws students into reality. For this reason, whether absence or presence of a caller of a lecture is so important. And the treatment would be AI literacy, but it needs to be supplemented by two more things. So Gen AI utilization process, that's what I would call it, is to support subjectification while escaping self-objectification. And it includes two interventions. So the first one is demythologization through some knowledge of Gen AI and basic prompt engineering training for students, so that they wouldn't think of it as a superior intellectual being. And lecturers need to constantly emphasize the need for the students' own reflection on their own subjectness and Gen AI objectness. And that is a never-ending process, but rather an ongoing practice and process, especially as Gen AI applications evolve. And this cycle of hype, hope, and disappointment is likely to happen over and over and over again. So thank you.
Thank you
My
so much,
apologies
Maria.
for taking a bit too much of your time.
No, not at all. That's all right. It just means that we only have time for a quick question. But any questions that anyone has, obviously, we can ask in the plenary. But yeah, that was a really fascinating final talk. Thank you, and made me think a lot about the kind of more emotional philosophy aspects and power dynamics in when using generative AI. So yeah, really interesting insights. Yeah, thank you. If anyone has any quick questions for Maria, feel free to ask them. We will be going back to the main room shortly for the plenary. If you have any questions you want to ask them, might be a little bit more than a quick question, then like I said, we'll be doing the closing plenary, so that'll be a great opportunity to discuss any aspects at all. But yeah, thank you very much to everyone that was a speaker for today's workshop. I only wish we had more time to go into more depth on all of them, still equally fascinating. But yeah, no, that was it was really helpful. But yeah, as I said, we'll shortly be going into the breakout room. So if you have any thoughts from any of the speakers today, do keep that in mind for the plenary, and do feel free to speak up about any areas you've not yet had been able to answer yet. So yeah, so thank you very much.
Right, welcome to part 2. We will get straight underway with our first speaker for this session, Remy Adateo from Liverpool John Moores University. Remy, it's over to you. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you.
There you go.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Remy from School of Education, Liverpool John Moores University. This afternoon, I'll be talking about my research, which is titled Evaluating the Integration of Digital Pedagogies in the Continued Professional Development of English Language Academic Staff, a case study of 3 Nigerian universities. As a way of introduction, according to Udo and Etim, professional development of academic personnel is supported in Nigeria university system through retraining, programs that include mentoring, seminars, research publications, conferences, symposium, inaugural lectures, and digital technologies. This is a mandatory system across all universities in Nigeria. To the background, one of the vital issues for higher education academic staff around the world is professional development. In Nigeria, academic skills are strongly influenced by the effectiveness of continued professional development. There has been increased and rapid growth in digital technologies in the last decade for education purposes in Nigeria, and teaching and learning with digital technologies have become essential in higher education. Another very important aspect of my research is gender equality for girls and women. Is an important aspect of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. Goal 5B precisely talked about empowering women and girls through digital technology. According to the leadership newspaper during the Women in Technology 2023, that was held in Nigeria, it was stated that less than 30% of women and girls in Nigeria are digitally inclined. And to buttress this point, I came from a large economy in Africa, which is Nigeria to be precise. I came in to do my PhD in UK for about 2 years ago now. And when I came, I had a series of challenges operating most of the digital platforms. My school makes use of eDoc, and then we have to use all our meetings and trainings is on Team. I had a lot of challenges using those things, simply because they are not so common back in my country, unlike here in the UK. So as a result of that, there are a series of gaps in the literature that I reviewed. One of them is this particular topic is under-researched in the southwest geopolitical zone of the country, especially in the universities. Most of the existing literature has dealt with CPD of primary schools, secondary schools, and not in higher institutions. There are gaps in the method used in the papers I reviewed as well. Majority of the papers made use of single method, either qualitative or quantitative. But my own research is going to be making use of mixed method. There is a clear gap in the research on Nigeria higher institution about how female and male academic staff assess CPD programs and use digital learning technologies in pedagogies as well. Lastly, there is a gap in female academic use of digital pedagogies. Not too many females make use of these digital pedagogies. And that's one of the assignments my research has, to investigate why. The main aim of my study is to evaluate the integration of digital pedagogies in the CPD of English language academic staff to promote productivity and better performance, and to benefit the policymakers, regulatory bodies, and all stakeholders. The objectives of my research is in 5 sets: to examine the context of CPD programs for English language academics in Nigerian university, to identify the implementation of the CPD programs that equip English language academics to develop digital pedagogies, to examine the English language academics and CPD facilitators' perceptions of implementing the CPD curriculum for digital pedagogies, to discuss how digital pedagogy CPD curriculum objectives are achieved, and lastly, to identify ways the university programs enhance the use of digital pedagogies to empower female academic staff and achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal. I'm having 5 research questions, and these are: what is the context of CPD programs for English language academics in Nigeria universities? How does implementing the CPD programs equip English language academics to develop digital pedagogy? What are the English language academics and CPD facilitators' perceptions of implementing the CPD curriculum for digital pedagogies? How have the digital pedagogy CPD curriculum objectives been achieved? In what ways do university CPD programs enhance the use of digital pedagogies to empower female academic staff to achieve United Nations Sustainable Development Goal? These are some of the literature I review that I'm showing online, showing on the screen. If you have a look at them, it's just about one of them that made use of the mixed method, which is the 4th one. That's Patrick Okafor and Okafor that made use of mixed method. Majority of the other ones use quantitative and then descriptive and so on and so forth. I will be using a particular model that is called CIPP evaluation model. One thing about this model is widely used in the Western world and not in Africa. One of the things my research intends to do is to see how I can decolonize this model and see how it could be used in Africa. And how do I intend to go about that? For instance, the CIPP talks about the input, the process, the context, input, process, and product. And my research questions are tailored in line with these 4 different levels of this model. But I intend to integrate or to bring in the gender aspect of it. So by the end of my research, I intend to have CIPPG, trying to see how it could be decolonized and, you know, used more in Africa. So this is what the framework is all about. It's talking about the process. For example, the context is just comprising the school aims, objective, history, and the background. And then this, my research question is tailored to answer each of this level. The input refers to the materials, time, physical resources, human resources that is required, and so on and so forth. And then process encompasses all aspects of teaching and learning. Then lastly, product concentrates on instructions, effectiveness, and possible social benefits. Then I said I will be using the CIPP evaluation model to develop all my research questions, as I've earlier on mentioned. My method, research strategy, it's case study. My study is a case study. I'm making use of mixed method, as I mentioned earlier on, and my techniques. I'm using a survey, an interview, a document analysis, timeline mapping, sampling, content and thematic analysis. And my time zone is cross-sectional. I will be using 60 online questions, like I mentioned earlier on, and my samples are the academic staff in these 3 universities. I will be interviewing the head of departments and then the facilitators, the trainers now that trains the teachers now. Then I will be using about 9 English language academic staff. In my preliminary investigation, I was able to find out that there's no significant difference between the way the male and the female academic staff actually make use of this digital pedagogy. But to mention, the stage in which I am now in my study is data collection and analysis. So I still have not been able to finally conclude what is going to be the finding at the end of the study. But this was my preliminary investigation reliability coefficients test. Thank you very much. Some of my references. And thank you for listening.
So much. Thank you. Perfectly timed.
Thank you.
Okay, over to you in the room. Any questions or comments for Remy? Remy, I think, oh, sorry, Colm, you have a question. Go ahead.
Remy, thanks for the conversation and taking questions and the presentation. I might have missed it because the technology cut out for just 1 second, but I was really interested in those methods of understanding almost the landscape of technology. I just wonder if you could maybe repeat that again for me or elaborate on the methods to understand kind of what's there in place already. That was the part that really caught my eye. Is it the survey that's particularly leaning towards mapping what is being used already? So yeah.
Okay, so I'm sure you're probably talking about is it the timeline mapping you're talking about now, or which one precisely? Under my methodology, right?
Yeah, I think that was probably my question really, is which of these methods do you think will help you to understand what digital tools are already being used? I think that was my question really. You've helped me clarify that already.
Okay. For instance, like I said, the model I'm using is in 4. It talks about context, it talks about input, it talks about process, and it talks about products. So the input aspects are the different digital equipment, digital pedagogy equipment available in the school, the resources, what the lecturers have available that they could use to enhance their service delivery and probably make it better than what it used to be, than the traditional teaching approach they were used to before now. I hope I answered that question.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
The aspect of it that is answering that question is the input aspect that talks about the resources.
Yeah. And I suppose forgive me, Naomi, a follow-up if that's okay.
No, you go
It's
ahead.
okay. It's all right. Please go ahead.
It was in terms of those inputs. Then is it the survey that is highlighting what those inputs are, or is it the interviews that are highlighting what those inputs are?
Okay. The interview is doing that. The what's it called? The survey is also doing that. The survey, the interview I'm doing with them is doing those things. The two of them are going to answer those questions as well. I'm using them to answer the questions as well, because in the course of interviewing them, I ask those questions. What are those digital pedagogy equipment available in the school?
Perfect, Remy, you've answered my questions, and I do apologize if that was something you
No,
covered,
no,
'cause
no,
it
no,
did
no, no.
cut
It's
out
okay.
briefly for me.
That's the
So thank
essence
you.
of this presentation, for me to get feedback and be better in what I'm doing. So I quite appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you,
you.
Naomi, as well.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, so we have a hand up from Ted and then one question in the chat. So Ted, we'll come to you first.
Yeah, thank you, Remy, and Naomi. I think it's sort of a follow-up question from Comms about. So I've worked in schools, and I've done surveys of digital technologies in schools used for pedagogy, and sometimes obvious ones come to mind, and then other ones are sort of ignored or elided because either they sort of run in the background, or they're really difficult to spot. So I was wondering if there might be any ways to sort of capture some of the less sort of visible digital technologies that may not be used explicitly for pedagogy, but may actually shape pedagogy. But maybe it's not important, but I just wanted to sort of ask that question too.
Yeah, it is important. I intend to, from the interview I've done so far, I still go ahead to find out if there are other ones like that could still be used, even if they are not really for digital pedagogies. Was I able to answer that question?
Yeah, sure. I guess you're still relying on sort of them telling you, right? Which is limits of some approaches, but I understand. Yeah, that makes sense.
Like I said earlier on, that the stage in which I am right now, I actually started my third year in January, and then I just started collecting data. So I'm still very much in the midst of collecting data,
Yeah, very nice. Yeah.
But it's okay. I'm going to consider what you just said. I would look at that aspect.
Yeah, sometimes I've even had people make lists for surveys, and certain background sort of like information systems and that sort of thing just fall off the radar, so to speak. So yeah, really interesting though. Yeah.
All right. I've just taken note of that. I would consider that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then a question in the chat from Felix, who's wondering if you can say a bit more about how you'll go about decolonizing the framework and how you'll ensure that you have reached a truly decolonized version for use in your context.
Okay. For instance, like I said, this particular CIPP is not very common in Africa. In fact, it's majorly used in the Western world. So when I said to my supervisor, I said, I would love a situation where I could bring in the gender. Of course, when you bring in gender into talking about digital pedagogy, some people will ask, what is the correlation? What is the relationship and all of that? And I said, I've looked at this model and I liked it and what it's out to do. So bringing in the gender aspect of it and seeing how it could be more used in Nigeria precisely, in Africa, so that it's not as if it's only just in the Western world and then they're just forcing it on us again, So my own plan is that aspect. I am still, in fact, I'm trying to understand properly what decolonization exactly it's all about. I started reading a lot of papers on it for me to have a better understanding of it. So that at the end, I said, I hope that at the end of my research, I will be able to come up with that, my own model, and decolonize it. So it's still a process that is an ongoing thing. I don't know if I made sense with that.
Felix, does that answer your question? Did you have a follow-up? think we're good. So we have 1 minute left. Any final comments or questions before we move on? Okay. Thank you so much, Remy.
Thank you.
Okay, if you could stop sharing your slides, Remy, that would be great. And we will move on to Xiaoyan from UCL. Are you there?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, over to you.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to talk about my research. I'm Xiaoyan Guo, a second-year PhD student from UCL Knowledge Lab. Today I'm going to talk about my ongoing doctoral research project, which is assessing professional learning in MOOCs with automatic text analysis from knowledge acquisition to knowledge application. So the presentation today will include 3 parts. Firstly, I'd like to introduce my research background, and then I would move to the methodology I currently adopt, and in the end, I will present some preliminary results. So let's get started. So existing research has shown that the rise of online education presents a promising alternative to traditional education, implying various platforms to create new learning environments that support diverse learners. Among these platforms, massive open online courses, MOOCs, stand out due to their open access and scalability, making them a cost-effective mechanism for professional development. Especially, they are articulated by many researchers to have more competitive advantages over conventional professional training models in constructing the community of inquiry, where individuals can access support and resources from instructors and peers with similar learning interests. So this is very beneficial for graduate or postgraduate professionals who constitute the majority of MOOC participants, as currently MOOC demographic data show. However, professionals engaged in MOOCs will generate a vast amount of structured and unstructured data, which will necessitate advanced analysis methods. So currently, most of the existing online evaluation methods focus on engagement analytics or post-course survey. So probably for some reasons, they are kind of easy and efficient to collect and process, but they tend to fail to capture the full value of a course having for learners, and also regarding how learners can apply what they have learned, which, however, is essential for professional learning. That is because professional learning tends to be driven by work demands and requires transferring knowledge and skills across different contexts. So in this case, standard metrics, which is mostly used in formal education, like completion rates, learner retention, and engagement analytics captured by clickstream data, or we can say logs, are insufficient for evaluation those outcomes for professional learning. This is because professional learning compared to formal education can be more complex to measure, because when professionals take part in MOOCs, they tend to have varying motivations and learning intentions that tend to be driven by demands of work tasks and intertwined with the work process. So which will, in this case, which will enable varying perceptions what professionals constitute learning success in MOOCs. So they will also further have an impact on the levels of effort or learning paths learners will take to fulfill their learning objectives. So for example, Little Jiang and Hood identify invisible learners in terms of their engagement in MOOCs. So these learners may not conform to the engagement profile preferred by the teachers in formal education, but they can be still satisfied learners who perceive themselves for their intended learning outcomes have been met. For example, some learners join the course. They aim to try to learn some skills instead of completing the whole course to gain some certificates. So additionally, professional learning developments also require application to practice for it to be effective. So in this case, we need to also to track successful application to practice, which is not possible to achieve within standard approaches to learning analytics. So in this case, we need to rethink what kind of data to capture this construct. So some outputs generated by learners, in particular text format from forum discussions, chats, written assessments, and essays, among others, can be valuable for extracting high quality insights into the complex learning process. However, manually processing large unstructured textual data can be challenging for researchers and educators to extract knowledge or insights to support student learning process. So given this issue, also large amounts of textual information in MOOCs, in particular with discussion forum posts, still remain underexplored. So given this, automatic understanding of learner interaction output can hold great promise for getting fine-grained analysis of learning process at a large scale and providing instant and adaptive feedback to instructors and learners themselves. So based on the current existing research and studies, I can identify there is still some gap in online evaluation research addressing the application of learning in professional settings. So we need a more rigorous and nuanced evaluation methods to measure the complex professional learning process in MOOCs. So after identifying the gap in the research, my research aims to tackle evaluation for professional learning by assessing how application to practice occurs in digital learning environments. In my study, which is referring to MOOCs, and how this will transfer to professionals their own workplace setting. By doing so, I aim to firstly identify the indicators of applied professional learning in MOOC. And based on the findings, I will propose some digital interventions to better support application to practice, and also their facilitate this transfer to the learner's workplace setting, and also would explore automated approaches to analyzing large-scale textual data to evidence applied professional learning in multiple MOOCs. So the theoretical framework used in my study is value creation framework by Warner to guide my follow data analysis, which assesses value creation in social network or community of practice. The framework comprises 5 cycles. The first cycle is the immediate value of the activities and interactions undertaken, such as social support and or practical tips from peers. And the second cycle is potential value, and also described as knowledge capital, since it involves learning things whose value is to be realized later, such as skills or information. So potential value can also involve developing relationship or gain access to resources. The third value, which is applied value, which is also the focus of my research study, which involves putting knowledge capital into practice. For example, trying on a suggestion or use some new tools, etc. And the fourth cycle is realized value and is the evidence of improved performance from applied value in the third cycle. The final cycle is called reframing value. Is a value that is to redefine success, including reframing strategies and goals. So given the focus or aims of my research, I will mainly adopt mainly adopt the cycles of applied value and the realized value to analyze my data. So the methodology I mainly used for my research is discussion analysis, which is conducted in three stages. So in first stage, which is I'm doing right now, which I adopted a hybrid inductive and deductive manual thematic analysis to analyze subset forum data within certain steps from 3 professional development MOOCs, which is based on 2 cycles, as I just mentioned, of value creation framework, aiming to developing a coding framework that I will use in the second stage, that I will use in the following stages. So based on the findings I get from the first stage 1, I will propose digital interventions to support or facilitate applied professional learning. And the coding framework developed from the stage 1 will be potentially used for automatic text analysis for remaining large-scale from forum data. So following digital interventions, the thematic, I will use the thematic analysis on qualitative data collected from focus groups and interactions with the digital intervention I will adopt, which is a reflective chatbot embedded in one of the professional MOOC. So for the first stage, which is a manual text analysis, the objective of my research is trying to evidence the application of learning to practice from identifying the indicators of applied professional learning and the developing coding framework. The research will be the 3 MOOCs on the Future Learn platform, which is a course is collaborated between Future Learn platform and one university in UK, and mainly in domains of teacher education, healthcare, and finance. The rationale for choosing these 3 sectors, which is there are 3 main courses, and there are 3 courses are very practice-based, and with aims to equip professionals with the solid theoretical underpinnings for the industry, as well as up-to-date practices they need in their own professional setting.
Xiaoyan, just to say that's 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. So the data collection is a secondary data collected from discussion forums from selected MOOCs, and data analysis, the methodology I use for analyzing data is a thematic analysis. So here is some preliminary themes from stage 1. So first is a reflection on new learning of professional practice, which involve 2 aspects. For the positive aspect is a new learning used in participants identify new learning used in potential contexts and new learning used in existing contexts, and also and these potential themes I generate from the only one MOOC, which is in the teacher education sector. And negative section is a difficult. Some participants also mentioning they find it difficult to apply some learning theories to their own teaching practices, and also they even question some learning application to their own settings. And second is the application of learning to teaching practice. And some participants, they do mention they did apply learning theories to their practice, and also they are trying to apply different ways to apply their learning compared to their previous teaching style. And also they try apply new learning will also increase the performance, also bring some performance improvement. And the third is sharing practices in professional community. And the final theme is reflection on existing practices. Here's my reference list. And thank you. That's all I covered today. Is there any questions? I would appreciate that.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Yeah, Kathy, go ahead.
Hello, I was interested to see that you used the value creation framework, because that's something I've used myself when I was looking at the impact of micro-credentials. And I just wondered whether you found it really easy to use, or whether you found any challenges with applying it in your study.
Okay, thank you for your question. I think it depends on the professional sectors. Depends on the forum posts within different professional sectors. So when I first trying to use this framework to analyzing forum data from the one MOOC, which is blended and online blended learning design, which is teacher education sector. So I find is cool. Is in the first take in the beginning is quite easy to find each indicators to such as application of new learning, or application of new tools, or some innovative ways of learning in participants their own teaching practices. But when I'm trying to use this same framework to analyzing from data which is in healthcare MOOC, so I think it's kind of didn't say many evidence of learners to trying to apply learning to their own professional setting, which is quite interesting. I think the one issue to cause this, I think, is discussion prompts designed by the course leaders, which is quite important to facilitate or inspire learners to do this kind of either ways their reflection or application of their learning. So in that course, I didn't see many how to say, like prompts to trying to facilitate this kind of learning. Thank you. I hope that answers your questions.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks both. Nashwa, you had a question.
Yes, thank you for this interesting presentation. My question is about the study context, about those who with the MOOC. You have selected three different contexts. It is, I think, education, health, and finance. Is that
Yeah.
right? So yeah, my question, is there a reason why you selected these three, and if you find kind of something unique about them, for example, health versus finance? So, and thank you again.
So yeah, so I the reason I find these three sectors, because I think that basically these three main sectors are very practice-based, and the learning, the knowledge or resources they learn from MOOCs they are very learners are very attempting to use this kind of learning to their own settings, I would say. But as I just mentioned, I find so I'm currently only in the first stage. I notice a very big difference between teacher education MOOC and the healthcare MOOC. Is like participants in the teacher education, they tend to do a lot of reflection on their own current existing teaching practices. They either positive or negative. They will trying to use some learning framework which is introduced in the course, which is called conversational framework developed by Diana Laurillard, and they are trying to use some participants, they mentioning collaboration, acquisition. Some learners they find are very useful in their own teaching practices, but some others they mentioning, oh, I find a collaboration in online setting is quite difficult because some technology technology difficulties, or some students are not very familiar with affordances of some tools. But in the healthcare MOOCs, and I think because which is opiates and surgery MOOC, which is so the professionals engaged in these MOOCs are mostly the healthcare professionals, either a nursery or some doctor staff. So they are they tend to say a lot what's happening in their currently in their own settings. I believe because they already have a lot of knowledge or are very familiar with the content introduced a course before they even join the course. I think that's a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We do have to leave it there and move on to our final presentation of the afternoon. Ted Polensky from the University of Glasgow. The floor is yours.
Lovely, thanks everybody. So I'm Ted. I'm a first-year PhD student at the School of Social and Environmental Sustainability in the College of Social Sciences. So I'm going to try to keep this snappy. I probably over-prepared. So the plan here is just to outline the larger project that I'm part of before going into sort of my own specific project. I might provide some theoretical background, or I might briefly do that. And then I'm going to do some sort of historical and normative definitions of digital citizenship to allow some comparisons to some of the empirical data that I'm working with, and then providing some emergent cases of digital citizenship. Okay, so really quickly, the larger project is actually part of it's an ERSRC funded project that has a normative element, explores how digital citizenship is enacted across UK secondary schools through a variety of curricular areas, computer science, maths, religious education, philosophy, and so on. It also leverages cross disciplines and works across two universities. And this means several things for me personally, but it also has meant the need for immediate fieldwork for larger projects. So I began some ethnographic fieldwork in the second month of my studies. And my own particular interest is a little bit more focused on I place myself in sort of the field of critical digital education research, and moving away from the notion that technology produces straightforward effects, especially in the form of what works questions. And in addition to that, I'm sort of conscious of, I have this subconscious sort of focus on platforms in and around and beyond school spaces, specifically on mundane platforms that populate the lives of young people in schooling in contexts like the United Kingdom. And this, again, this project works across the 4 countries, though I'm really just sort of going to focus on England and Scotland for this presentation. And one other sort of thing is sort of the need to resist some binaries. So I am really aware that there's a tendency, as Robin mentioned, some others, that there's sort of this tendency to sort of create binaries, whether is technology good or bad. And I mean, sometimes I fall into that same sort of trap, but I'm actually much more interested in how, for example, technology tends to be technology is not autonomous, but also it's not capable of being fully controlled. And I'm drawing here from Andrew Feenberg's work. And I'm also sort of interested in how technology might act as sort of forms of life, drawing from some of the philosophies of technology, which I think are underutilized in education research and more broadly, especially with this resurgence of AI in education. So, sort of this is the key concern of mine. There's sort of a nice example of technology not necessarily being a simple tool with affordances that Langdon Winner uses. The metaphor of somebody driving a car. So to some extent, the driver directs the car, but equally the essence of being a driver constrains the driver's action in a certain way to foreclose certain possibilities or to open up other possibilities. So for example, the example that he uses is when you're driving a car and a pedestrian passes by going in the opposite direction, the possibilities for interaction, even if you know that person, are limited. So I'm trying to turn this onto how sort of platforms might condition possibilities within the walls and beyond the walls of the school. I am making use of science and technology studies, which I'm going to not go into too much, but I'm really quite interested in the ways that this is sort of an eclectic group of research that looks to add complexity and social thickness to technological systems and can be sort of thought of as a sensitizing device, especially with notions of co-production, which describes sort of the possibility of separating the ways we know and the ways we live in the world, and also the idea of relationality, so how humans and non-humans interact matter, as do the micro practices and artifacts and infrastructure present in these webs of interrelating. So a lot of the things I've heard about from other presentations, but also there's a lot of digital technologies that go under the radar in research and in schools themselves. There even are some pandemic practices that were picked up and sort of act as residue. So the primary sort of methodological approach here is ethnography, which is often used in STS. Which I've been able to sort of engage in sort of a light way this year, hopefully with more in-depth work coming in year 2. And so moving on to the actual sort of meat of the matter, this work is on digital citizenship, and it's quite a discussed topic. And for a normative definition, you might say it's sort of the norms and behavior with regard to technology use. And often it's epitomized in this little drawing from 2004 from an International Society for Technology and Education publication, in which there's obviously a young person and sort of the representations of good and evil, which sort of emphasizes the sort of binary of good and bad technology uses, but also how digital citizenship is often invoked as a way to focus on responsible device usage and staying on task, while there are also sort of some persistent fears of the danger of social media present. So there's some easy critiques of digital citizenship, including the arbitrary focus on the digital, the apolitical nature that technology is assumed to be neutral in these contexts, even if there's obviously strong political and economic imperatives embedded in the use of technology, and the spread of obviously the spread of products of large corporations is elided. It also often represents what the essay sort of points out as functional approaches to citizenship, not specifically about digital citizenship, but it's applicable here in that sort of young people are party to the reproduction of the conditions of citizenship through the use of things like online technology and platforms, and also even the responsible device usage. And I'm interested in using ethnography to follow connections, associations, and relationships throughout the school. So in one case, in one school, I'm going to go through sort of this expanding ethnography that I have it's sort of exploded as I have come along. So in the first step, I gained access to a school through the Computing and Business Education Department and engaged in some ethnographic interviews and observations and some document analysis. That led me to sort of the current tech lead of the school, who obviously interacts with that department. And also some after-school technology clubs in which students are sort of invited to participate in a variety of sort of robotics and other sort of clubs. And that's just within the secondary school itself. There are also sort of related to that tech clubs outside of the school in which some of the pupils are involved. And at the same time, the school is an Apple Distinguished School, which actually was the work of a previous tech lead. So there's sort of a temporal aspect here to sort of practices that were started 10 years ago and have persisted today. And of course, Apple is the sort of the corporate player, sort of in plain sight there, including sales executives and other schools who came to participate, to do observations in that school. And there's also the local authority who's involved in sort of giving one-to-one iPad initiative, which is an Apple product. And then again, there's sort of contracted tech support. So this sort of web has sort of led to a variety of different ways of approaching ethnography, which will continue to be pursued both this year and also into next year. But I think moving beyond just sort of the narrative that there's a single site of classroom observation as sufficient. In this instance, I found out much more openness possible. So I have, in this process, I've also set out to create some cases of how digital citizenship is practiced in some of these schools. And cases approaches are quite common in STS, but often uses ways of showing the sort of how the flexible uses of technology that sort of condition the ways in which the technology is itself known to be used. This is sort of also, a lot of this is a work in progress. So this is working with a group of students in a focus group to chart out how they use technology throughout the day. I'll point out that there is actually a nice sort of indication of a VPN usage right in the beginning of the day to sort of get around some of the school blocks. So this is sort of just sort of thinking about some of the temporal use of the technology on a holiday, for example. As I start to explore focus groups, observations, interviews, there are some cases of digital citizenship I'm highlighting. So digital citizenship as care. Kathy Chandler documented this in her work, but digital citizens who care for others through platform tools, whether through siblings or other students. There's also digital citizenship that might be noticeable as algorithmic awareness. So some young people are very certainly aware of how algorithms shape their social media experiences. And then digital citizenship is something exclusively digital, or as sort of control over technology, in which people involved in after-school clubs feel more in control of the technology in which they're using. But there's also digital citizenship as fear, in which some young people invited the need for more fear in their use of the digital technology. So this is sort of a negative case of digital citizenship. And then there's also sort of the cases of digital citizenship as fatalism. Young people saying that it's at our age, for these are 16 and 17-year-old people in S5, S6, who say it's a little bit too late for us. Too far gone, and in all honesty, at this point, there's not much you can do to change our practices. So these are sort of two negative cases, and the second one is digital citizenship as ignorance or apathy towards sort of school-based datafication. So young people who may or may be less aware of data practices within their schools, even as the AI or algorithms may be used to collect data on them. So I think these are sort of an important contrast to think about, both in terms of positive and negative cases, and this contrast with some very sort of positive sort of piece of ephemera on how digital citizenship actually can be used to empower. And really sort of quickly wrapping this up, digital citizenship indeed for educators too. There's digital citizenship can be seen as sort of care for devices, so fetching cables, resetting passwords, and tending to the devices themselves, or even tending to smart boards that require realignment during classroom sessions. And then also digital citizenship as innovation and career growth for educators, in which case Apple plays a role in facilitating the professional development for educators themselves. And finally, a few themes that are sort of just starting to sort of form some of the crystallized practices of digital technologies, including the use of Microsoft Teams, some of which are related to pandemic changes in school practices, have persisted and are sort of often widespread in some schools. There's also the case of friction being productive for highlighting how existing practices, there might be cracks in existing practices and shortages in technical visions that sort of open up possibilities for change. And again, for me, I think one of the most important things is moving away from binaries towards something more towards ambivalence that allows for opening up new repertoires for living with digital technology in sort of these complex worlds and building on new practices. And I think I will stop there. So thank you very much. I invite questions and comments.
Thank you so much. Any questions at all for Ted? I was just reminded, Ted, when you were speaking there about some of the kind of perceptions or attitudes of young people about digital citizenship and the impact of digital technology, and the sense that some of them are like, it's kind of too late for us, like the ship has sailed, what, you know, it's out there. And it reminded me of something I'd read recently about environmental citizenship, where young people felt very similar in that this is a massive thing. It's either too far gone for us as young people to do anything about it now, or it's so massive and in the future that actually, is it our responsibility to do something now? It's kind of the next generation's problem. And I was kind of thinking about Robin's presentation as well, in this question of us feeling the need to prepare young people to do something about this, and the extent to which actually we don't know what to do about it as grown-ups and as the older generation, and perhaps that's where we ought to be focusing our attention, or the extent to which our need to prepare young people is a symptom maybe of our own anxieties about the fact that we don't really know what to do.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and the only response is maybe bans to things like bans to smartphones or social media for young people, rather than engaging in more complex, the complexities of now. And I think some of Carrie Fraser's work on temporality is really quite nice in sort of how to sort of displace some of those, because they are indicative of the same response mechanisms to both sort of very, very sort of thorny problems. And I was actually, I thought of that as soon as Robin's presentation, you sort of comment on it too.
Any other questions or comments for Ted?
I'm amazed actually I cut down the presentation of it because I think I over prepared a little bit. So that's good. It's good that I actually made it in time.
Yeah, no, it's great. Thank you. I was also interested in what you said about young people seeing digital citizenship as something only related to the digital.
Yeah. That's yeah.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
No, it's just, I mean, that sort of relates to sort of a critique of the digital material, right? All the digital actually is quite very material, but it's related, I think, to this sort of apolitical notion that technology is perceived as to be to some degree neutral. So the practices that happen on it don't necessarily involve a larger collective. And I think there's this sort of severing of the individual from this larger collective in which data is gathered against you. So oftentimes there's this need for, I think there's the real need to sort of discuss and talk about digital practices, which I don't think we currently haven't seen happen in schools very much. Often young people are talked at or given certain prescriptions or restrictions. But in some of the work that we've done, there has been the call for more engaged dialogue to actually move practices forward in ways that might be different, but also also introduces a whole lot of uncertainty into the process itself. So that aspect, there sort of is this sort of separation between the digital and the sort of the physical, even if it's sort of arbitrary and not very useful. This was even highlighted post-pandemic, in which some students had mentioned that a lot of people had sort of forgotten how to socialize in person upon returning to schools after the pandemic. So there's a lot of sort of awkward moments expressed by one of the participants. So there's this sort of interesting connection between, well, what is sociality? Are there different kinds of sociality in in this. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, yeah, there's this idea of kind of missing out on something, but also just not having had what are kind of formative experiences where you learn those kind of social norms as a teenager. And there's a whole different bunch of social norms going on social media that don't necessarily help you to translate into, if you like, live social environments. Felix, you have a comment about the co-construction aspect of the research. Can you say a bit more about that, Ted?
So the larger project is focused on working with educators to construct sort of new ways of engaging with digital technologies in schools and sort of new vision for digital citizenship. I'm not as concerned with co-construction. I think I mentioned co-production, just in a different sense. So not about constructing methodologies, but about how we understand practices in schools. So there is a co-construction element to this project, but I'm not as involved in that because I'm just a PhD student focusing on my own project. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. I mean, it's a good question though.
Great. Thank you so much. So it just leaves me to thank our final three presenters. Please give a physical or virtual round of applause or high five or whichever emoji takes your fancy at this point, as I think the people from the other room, I can't speak now, are rejoining us. So
good. Booked an appointment next week. He said, but obviously it's better to book it and then cancel it.
I think someone's having a chat and they're not on mute. We're happy to listen, but just wanted you to be aware. Ted, if I could just ask you to stop sharing your slides. You've been sharing really fun. And I wondered if you want, and your attendees wanted to share what's been going on, how the discussions have gone, what kind of themes and I guess links between contributions have come up in your room.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll go through the first three first. I think that might make the most sense, and then we compare with the first three you had. So the first session we have was with Tim Hallis on the ethical debates, impact, relevance of using AI language models in exam-driven classrooms, and that was really interesting because it made me think a lot about the professional development of staff and their perceptions of AI, and then also about how there seems to be this kind of binary perception of AI where it's either very good or very bad. I'll just quickly bit someone. And yeah, and it was really interesting because Tim gave lots of student perceptions of artificial intelligence, how it was a really good quote, an unreliable magic genie, which I thought was a really interesting quote. And also how there needs to be a lot of focus on like this aspect of future orientation and having kind of character education of qualities that can go towards that. So that was a really interesting point. There was also this notion that was kind of embedded throughout all of the discussions on digital citizenship and having a much greater focus on that, and different literacies with like having greater moral literacy with using AI and different qualities such as that. So then we looked at Ivan's discussion on behind the doors of breakout rooms, notion of the public versus private space, which made me think a lot of Hannah Arendt's work on public versus private spheres, and then just I'm again some examples on the understanding of teacher presence and student voice being heard in the breakout rooms, and how for a lot of people seem to have quite a positive reaction to breakout rooms, but some found it quite a daunting experience due to the further interaction and presence requirement, and just also how there was a general consensus that there was a kind of lack of interconnectedness and proximity compared to physical sessions. They can't fully replace that, so that was quite an interesting discussion discussion that gave me lots of thoughts. And there was also this aspect of digital competencies, and especially in our daily lives, how that kind of affects our well-being and ability to educate or learn. And then finally, our last session for the break was on Ksenia's session on human-machine harmony and rethinking of music literacy and AI. That was really fascinating because we had a poll on different musics about debating whether it was human or AI made, and we got one, I think the majority right, and one that was AI that we thought was majority, I think thought it was human. So again, it's about that critical literacy, about, you know, how we can work out, you know, what say on what's not, kind of visualizing different compositions. And there was a big debate about, you know, again, going back to digital literacy, about, you know, can we distinguish AI from humans? Will that be a problem in a post-humanist world, for instance? Yeah, it was again lots of really interesting discussions. But yeah, the main overarching theme was mainly about digital citizenship and digital literacy, and how that kind of affects us in a personal and moral sense. So yeah.
Great, thank you. Does anyone who was in any of those presentations want to add anything on what they heard? As I say, feel free to add any comments about what you've heard and discuss in the chat if you would prefer to. Shall I go through what we heard in room 2 in the first session? So our first contribution was from Robin, looking at this basically this question of screen time and the kind of the growing, I suppose, assumptions around what that refers to, and how kind of the tablet or the iPad has become the kind of the reference point for what we think about when we think about screen time. iPads have become synonymous with digitization. Digitization has become synonymous with screens, and that seems to be where most of our concern, where most of our kind of, I suppose, to some extent, moral panic seems to sit, which actually overlooks the fact that there's quite a lot of digital stuff going on in early years in young people's lives that is not necessarily screen-based, but it's so embedded in day-to-day life. So various digital devices that we use with babies and young children, toys that are digitally enabled, and so on. And it was interesting that we tend to have this kind of binary between, is technology good or bad? And that seems to be where a lot of the, at least I suppose, headline discussion, public discussion of digital technology, especially for young children, seems to sit. And so trying to work out actually, what is that the right question? Is it good or bad, really a question that's going to get us anywhere in actually deciding what we want to do with these things? And for me, it kind of raised this question that we've been thinking about in terms of the temporality that seems to be part of the way in which the use of technology is understood. We need to equip young people with some form of digital skills, as you say, digital literacy, digital citizenship, to prepare them for some future time that we as grown-ups have no idea what it's going to look like, but we need to prepare them. Whereas actually in what ways or for what purposes they might engage with the digital, or the kind of the principles of the digital, for example, like coding, might work in a kind of more present focused way. So there were some examples of actually wooden toys that seem to support the same kind of principles of coding, of putting things in a particular order to get a particular outcome. So kind of modeling the idea of how algorithms work in a very different way. So a kind of material, if you like, rather than digital coding. So that was our first one. And then we kind of, and I think it's fair to say that in the course of the afternoon, we've gone from kind of early years all the way through to higher education, from kind of formal education policies around the digital to more informal spaces. And Kathy Chandler was talking about the experience of being part of a WhatsApp group as a doctoral student, and then going back to look at what that looked like after the fact in a kind of autoethnographic way, because obviously there's all sorts of questions about using other people's messages and so on that weren't sent for the purpose of research. So she looked at her own messages and her own use of the platform. And I thought it really brought out one of these things that's just kind of become so embedded in our day-to-day experience and is used in so many formal and informal settings, that to actually get that kind of detailed account of what was being shared there, what wasn't being shared, what role it played for her as a doctoral student, but also as, you know, a woman going through the pandemic and all of that kind of life happening alongside trying to do a doctorate and all of those things, was really, really interesting. And so the general need to support the mental health and well-being of doctoral students who are quite often managing work life, family life, distance learning and so on, but also the different kind of space that WhatsApp provides, precisely because it is a non-formal space. It's not provided by the university, and students could kind of have, if you like, off the record conversations about the quote that really stood out for me is any idea as to why we might need to use NVivo, which is a good question. And then I think going back to what you were saying there, Jenny, about how there's all sorts of focus on what the kind of affordances and effects of digital technology are on kind of learning outcomes, but I found Laura's presentation on teachers' use of technology in NFE College during COVID and the impact that that had on how they now relate to their students post-pandemic was really, really interesting, because the levels of deprivation that, you know, most staff would have been aware of became very much more apparent when you were asking people to turn cameras on, when you're asking people to access online resources and so on, when they may be in a house where there isn't a lot of bandwidth, there is only one device, there's not a lot of privacy or quiet and so on. And so how they then related to their students as individuals with very kind of difficult personal lives, and with that kind of much more personal grasp of their particular circumstances, I think seemed to change their sense, from what Laura was saying, seemed to change their sense of their kind of moral responsibility, as well as kind of changing their pedagogies and that kind of thing, but actually how they responded to their students as well. So a huge range of different contexts, but actually I think it's just, you know, an important reminder of the kind of relationship between the human and the non-human and the moral and all of these things, and the kind of the tensions between the pedagogical and the political as well, coming through really strongly in all the presentations so far. So yeah, I don't know if anyone else in the room wants to add anything to that, and obviously if any presenters whose work I've discussed have felt misrepresented, please feel free to correct me about anything I've said.
In that case, then I'll carry on to discuss the second session after the break. So again, there was some really, really fascinating aspects of AI and digital citizenship that that kind of went to all sorts of different disciplines and areas. So first, Sam Clark was talking about what was known as the interdisciplinary wheel, but is now the epistemic wheel. And I will share the results because it was really interesting, and how they demonstrated how there's been a lot of emphasis on generative AI kind of being about productivity and efficiency and reclaiming teachers' time. But this wheel that was made for this project kind of aims to enhance epistemic knowledge and basically gets you to have a prompt to ask a question, and it will give you insight into responses from all sorts of different disciplines, which I found really fascinating. And it kind of helps you go beyond just this surface level understanding, which I think is a lot of current concerns with AI having that kind of surface level response. So yeah, but I'll share that in a moment because it was a really interesting response. Resource, sorry. And there was this big overarching theme about kind of, you know, this need for curiosity and insight using generative AI. So from there, we went to Hani Zaid's talk on digital citizenship, and it was a really insightful talk on basically the response from Egypt and this stance on having a new Egyptian republic where they built a digital society, and how there was a really interesting kind of new embedded approach where they invested a lot of money into digital technologies, and also the fact that there was a big focus on entrepreneurship, which I found really, really fascinating, and kind of giving the onus on the learner to, you know, make their own futures. So that was really intriguing, and how there was some positive examples. Like, for example, there was an example of a child called Yusuf, who was a very young teenage entrepreneur, was on Shark Tank, had a passion for learning. There were lots of different like qualities that were presented to be like kind of almost like this ideal learner. Like, I think in the quote that Hani gave, it was like they said, here is basically the product in front of us of what we want education to kind of result in, but it also showed the kind of technopreneurial dark side, where there was this individual called the Minister who basically helped culminate in like this Telegram thread of mass cheating and gained notoriety. And again, it shows that kind of aspect of technology that's kind of very kind of exploitative and goes against like the consideration of like care and ethics we would consider in education, but perceive themselves to be a kind of, you know, person who was almost a kind of like social and moral martyr, because their idea for promoting mass cheating was that, you know, there were a lot of people who couldn't afford to get like, you know, a very good education. So there's kind of this dilemma of, you know, how to support people that may not have equal accessibility to digital education, for instance. And then finally, we had a really good talk from Maria about placebo and nocebo effects of generative AI in higher education. And again, there was this idea of, you know, the aspects of both utopian and dystopian perceptions of technology. And clearly there's, you know, different clashing visions of what we think the future of technology such as AI demonstrate in society. And again, how there's this underlying culture, how generative AI at the very least does help with enhanced productivity and efficiency culture, but there's also this kind of dilemma of how much it's kind of a co-pilot for our educational journeys. I think there was a quote that was used by Neil Selwyn about how it represents a cycle of hype, hope and disappointment, which I thought was very fitting. So yeah, so again, lots of interesting moral aspects about, you know, future technology such as AI kind of having this kind of I think the term was deitization, where it seemed like, you know, this kind of almost godlike resource that we can use, but yet there's a lot of trust and distrust and a lot of implications for the future relating to digital literacy. So yeah, so really, really interesting threads. Yeah, if anyone wants to chip in from any of the talks, that if there's a point they want to raise regarding to that view on the speakers, please do so. Yes, Sam, please do go ahead.
Just to say, more than happy for you to share the resource, the discipline wheel. If people use it and then would like to give feedback, if they can send it to my email address, which I'll put in the chat now. Any feedback is greatly appreciated because it is still in the development phase. So yes, absolutely. Please share and please feel free to send feedback. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. That looks fascinating. The discipline wheel, to my Foucauldian ear, sounds like something quite different, but I'm sure it's far more wholesome than that. Okay, so second session of room 2. We started off with Remy's paper, looking at different contexts again, looking at the Nigerian context of higher education and the forms of academic development that that academics receive once they're in post, and the fact that there is not so much literature on CPD in this area. A lot of that tends to focus on schools in that context. So trying to look at what is going on in general, what kind of CPD is provided for academics, but specifically around the use of digital pedagogies, what support is provided, and particularly thinking about the inequalities that exist in terms of digital literacy along gender lines, looking particularly at the support of female academics in the use of digital pedagogies in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. So a really kind of rich contexts kind of underpinning the research. And looking at this through a particular method that looks at all of the kind of the different technologies that are used, the different pedagogies that go into that, the different kind of stakeholders and so on, but being very aware that this is a method that has been developed in Western contexts, and so trying as part of the research to adapt that, to decolonize that, but also to incorporate gender as a specific aspect of how all of those inputs and processes work. So kind of problematizing, I suppose, what could be quite a kind of straightforward model that you would just kind of place on any context, but being very kind of sensitive to the specific context in which people are working in higher education in Nigeria. And then Zhao Yan's presentation was looking particularly at MOOCs, and particularly how, I suppose, the relationship between practice, online education through these MOOCs in particular areas, so education, health, and I think finance were the other ones. So looking at very specific sectors and how the learning that takes place in these particular online environments translates into practice. So a very kind of almost decontextualized learning environment, if you like, these massive online open courses, but then taking that back to actually what do these mean in very particular sectors, for very particular practices, and looking at the differences between those and how these are very different professional contexts in which to take these different forms of pedagogy, and the extent to which I suppose the online learning environment lends itself to professional development in those very particular sectors. And then finally, going back to the theme of digital citizenship, Ted's talk was particularly looking at what that looks like in secondary schools across England and Scotland, and how that plays out in different kinds of contexts, so formal education curricula, after school clubs, out of school digital education contexts. And again, trying to move away from this kind of binary understanding of is digital technology good or bad, or the kind of more instrumental approach to how do we make good citizens using digital technology, or how do we create good digital citizens, and actually kind of using ethnographic approaches to kind of go, well, what's going on the ground? What does this look like in context? And where are young people at with this? What's their perception of it? So I suppose what stood out for me is this sense of young people feeling that it was kind of almost, it's either too late or it's too big. Like, what can we actually do about this? Which I related back to something that I've recently looked at in terms of environmental citizenship, where young people kind of had similar responses, that either, is this actually our problem now? The really problematic bit of this is coming way off and the next generation can deal with it. Or actually, even if I did want to make a difference to this, who am I to do that? It's too big for us to make an impact on or take full responsibility for. So I think there's some interesting parallels there in terms of the scale of these challenges, and the manner in which, or the extent to which, we're asking young people to take responsibility for them. But also where the digital is situated, in the sense that digital citizenship was seen to be only a kind of an online thing, almost removed from social life or a bigger political context, and how in a school context, perhaps particularly, you go about addressing that, perhaps at primary or secondary level, where this is kind of going beyond what Ted was saying, but where politics kind of has to be left at the door, and that's not the discussions we're generally encouraged to have. So yeah, it's huge number of avenues. I'm sure we could have continued discussing these for much longer, but I think some interesting kind of common themes coming through, even though people are talking about different scales, different contexts, different questions. So yeah, thank you again to everyone for your contributions. Any thoughts on any of those three papers that we heard in room 2 in the second session, or any general thoughts or questions anyone would like to share at this point? Yeah, Ted, go ahead.
I guess I'll ask a general question. I think it relates to sort of the notion of moving beyond sort of the binaries of good and bad technology, and in working with schools. I think there can be some tension there, because obviously, as you know, as researchers, I've received ideas about sort of critical studies and reviewing practices and that sort of thing. And that this applies to non-digital context also. So something I've been talking about is like the ways of using media discourse or academic papers to sort of open up the possibilities that maybe there are practical alternatives or possible alternatives to what is happening currently in schools. So in a sense, sort of using sort of an indirect approach to critique of here's something that I've heard about. You know, what do you think about that, for example? Like in the case of social media bans or cell phone bans, like the research shows that this is mixed. What alternatives might there be? So this is something that I think about a lot in working with schools closely, especially as an outsider in a lot of ways. The ways of sort of opening up the conversation a little bit and actually sort of changing practices on the ground. So it's sort of more general question, but something I'd be happy to discuss, at length and later too.
Yeah, it's interesting because I think actually practices on the ground are often a lot more responsive and probably more diverse than the kind of headlines about bans and so on suggest. So I think we had a DFE announcement recently that said it was guidance for schools on mobile phones, and that said you shouldn't really have them. And I think most schools were like, thanks. We worked that out a while ago. We have a policy. Don't worry about it. We're okay. So there's often a kind of sense that there's a problem that doesn't exist. Clearly, there are lots of problems that do exist that do need to be addressed, but they're not with children being able to put their phones away for the school day and get them back at the end. And I think as well, schools are given a huge amount of responsibility as well for what goes on outside of school, online safety and educating parents as much as educating young people. And so they're having to be quite proactive and provide kind of, one pages on the risks of Roblox or the risks of TikTok or whatever it might be. But also one school that I'm involved with started to use kind of conversation starters, kind of sending them home at the week to kind of, stimulate conversation around those kinds of questions. How does having a mobile phone help me? Or, those kinds of things. So actually raising digital technology as a question, as opposed to it being a source of kind of conflict at the dinner table, or, a debate about at what age should you have one and so on. So I think there are kind of small practices going on out there, but I think it's it would be interesting to look actually at what is going on in a bit more detail, and probably you've come across examples as well in your field work of very different things going on in different schools. But yeah, I think it's that again. I keep coming back to this question of actually, I think probably grown-ups need to work out what they're doing with digital technology before we start trying to tell the kids what they should be doing with it. Because yeah, I think probably it's one of the things that we've been discussing recently is the fact that quite often there's a longer time lag between a new technology coming in and parents being able to work out whether to what extent they disapprove of it, and then young people kind of, you know, taking it up. Whereas with a lot of kind of smartphone technology, AI and so on, we're all kind of getting it at the same time. Like parents and the older generation are pretty much always on the back foot with a lot of these things. So having any kind of authority over what should and shouldn't happen with them becomes a bit more difficult, I think. But that's not, you know, not necessarily an evidence-based thought. It's just a thought. Okay, we have reached 5 o'clock somehow already. Any final thoughts or questions?